Hello, everyone, and welcome to our finale episode of Everyone's Forgotten. Thank you for tuning in. If you are lurking, thank you for lurking. That being said, leads me straight into, if you notice, we have our follower goal. This way, here we go. We have our follower goal. We are trying to reach 110 followers by the end of March. So if you are lurking and you enjoy what you are watching, please think about hitting that follow button. We are also trying to get as many subscribers as we can. Only if you are able to, but if you can, that would be great. All of that money right now, our goal is to get a better video program. Instead of using Zoom or something along those lines that uses a lot of CPU, we are looking for a program that will make things easier and more streamlined, and will put take a little extra stress off of me. I will be perfectly honest, it'll take some stress off of me. But that being said, I think the only other thing I have to announce is that other than our typical, it is the best, thank you, Five Latina, it is the best. The only thing that is not on our channel right now that we have coming up, other than Mal being on Avatar, we have Mal and I being on Be Gay Do Crime again on the 29th of March. That will be on Gnome Anne's channel. And I believe it's at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central Time, 6 p.m. Pacific.
Yes.
I think. Time zones. Anyway, plus daylight savings time. Yay. But yeah, we will be on Be Gay Do Crime, pulling out our characters for the third time, which is always fun. And Mal has made requests this time because she thinks she's fancy. So
I don't think I'm fancy, but she introduced an NPC that I think is my future wife.
They can't hear you, and I love it. So I just get to be an asshole. Yeah, so Mal has made requests this time, so, but they're good requests because it's a good character to bring back, so I enjoy it. But yes, I think that is all we've got, so buckle up. I have no idea how this is gonna go. I haven't had any idea this entire time of what's going on, and I'm the editor of this RPG system. So buckle up. I have a feeling it's going to be a bumpy ride. So without any more ado, let's get to it.
Hello. Hi, how are you? So if you're new here,
this would be a weird episode to come in on because it's the finale of Everyone's Forgotten. This is literally the last episode. And that's a very wild thought to me. Somehow November to March happened in the blink of an eye, and I don't really know how we got here. But anyway, Everyone's Forgotten is a game that is played using the Memory Lane tabletop system. If you don't know what the Memory Lane tabletop system is, don't feel bad. It's not even out yet. I should know. I wrote it, and it's not published. But to give you the quick rundown, just in case, because some of us haven't had it in a while, it is played using 6 stats. Those are force, finesse, character, learn, logic, and vibes. You get to assign a dice to each of those. Starting at D6, they get points to buy them at character creation to level up and things like that. Our characters actually just got a level up to celebrate the finale. So they have each taken either 2 dice and raised them once, or taken 1 dice and raised it twice. So they are all ready for tonight. Now, our just quick recap, of the last 9 episodes. We have 3 wonderful people of Grimsby, and in the last episode, we had a fight in a church. There was a plot by the government to take down the entire community all at once, and our 3 heroes, along with some wonderful allies in Quinn's brother Riley, Riley's partner at the police station, Richards, and Teddy, who is Tom's best friend, all went in and fought Allison Changeland and Laura Lawson and all of the tag teamers. Laura Lawson was somehow detained within round 1 of combat, which is not something I planned on at all. Allison Changeland was murdered by the end of combat. And that is where our 2 big bads ended up, with the exception of, we learned from Laura that Laura is actually not the second in command to any of this. It's actually Allison's ex-husband, who we still don't actually have the name of. Quinn pressured her mom pretty severely in how to get Maya back, and all we were really able to learn is that Laura thinks that Allison's ex-husband might have taken Maya to Allison's lab, which happens to be just located underneath her house. And as the fight ended, we were able to learn a couple of things. One of which is that this all started years and years ago, right before Laura was ever in the picture of working for the government, because there was a huge plague on the whole town, and they lit the town ablaze in order to try to kill this virus from infecting any more people, and they decided to start from scratch. And that's what happened to Grimsby. So now Allison's ex-husband has been put in charge of not only Maya, but enacting whatever protocols were put in place in the case of Allison's death, which Laura says they're pretty severe enough to where the news might not even happen tonight. And we left Quinn storming out with Riley and her mother, Tom following after them to try to take care of the love of his life, and Calvin standing alone in the basement of this church, surrounded by shattered glass and white that's no longer usable, and finding a slip of paper that detailed the day of the fire. And now we popped to our current situation. So if I could get my players underneath me, that'd be great.
Oh, hi.
Howdy.
Hello. It's so nice to see your shiny faces.
Hello. Before we go anywhere,
Yes.
can I, in my storming process, storm my way up to the balcony where all of the government people were?
You can, but may I first ask you all a couple of questions, because it is our finale night. Well, too bad. I'm the GM. I get to make the rules here.
I run the stream.
This one's my show, Dad. Got it? So
They're all my shows.
So before we jump into any action here, because it will be a very action-packed night in one way or another, I would like from each of you to have a physical description because it's been a while since we've done one of those, and we want to remind people what you look like. And also, uh, go ahead and tell everybody the dice steps that you took. So whatever upgrades you just took with the level up points I gave you, and what is your character's feelings on the situation as we head into the very last, couple of hours maybe before everything is finished. Whoever can start or would like to start can go.
I'll go first.
Lovely.
Hello. For those of you who don't know, I'm playing Quinn Lawson. She is a very well-kept woman. She almost always has her hair back in like a French twist, like very coiffed, and you can almost always find her in a suit set of some kind. Right now, she is currently in more active wear because she knew she was coming in for a fight. So, but she has red hair and green eyes. Her brother Riley is her twin. I don't know what else am I supposed to say physically about her.
Whatever makes your heart happy.
She's about, I think I made her around my height, which is 5'9", so she's a tall woman. So she can be imposing when she wants to be. I decided to up 2 dice once, and so I bumped my force from a d6 up to a d8, and I bumped my vibes up from a d10 to a d12. Quinn right now is out for blood. She wants to save this town. She wants to end all of the shit that has been going on from these people. I mean, they've only tried 37 times. 38th time is the charm, right?
Topic.
Her to-do list just keeps getting longer, and her patience keeps getting thinner. She is usually a very calm and calculating person, but right now, with finding out that not only her mother was alive, but her mother has been helping with all of this, set her off. I wouldn't say past the point of return, but she is not in a good place right now, and she's got at least 1 kill under her belt because she took out Allison, and that was her making good on her promise to Tom that she would fix it. She took her mother as a hostage, because what else is she gonna fucking do with her mother? And thank God her brother's just going with it and not questioning her at this point. But she's got a checklist she's going down today, so hopefully she will be able to get everything checked off her checklist and not get too caught up in her emotions and anger, to get everything accomplished.
Sounds lovely. Tom or Calvin, would one of y'all like to go?
Tom, go for it.
Go for it, yeah.
Oh, okay. I will. I said go for it, and then you said go for it. Well, that's great. Calvin is. I'm going to do a reverse order here because Calvin's cautiously optimistic about this. I mean, not having the benefit of prior memory really about how things have gone before, we clearly have one thing met that we haven't, which is killing Allison. We've never gotten that far before. So
You're welcome.
maybe that means good things on the horizon. That's what Calvin is hoping for, choosing to take the positive outlook. He is about my size as well. So an average-ish height man, slender and clean cut, with short hair and like thin box frame glasses. Usually wearing something like slacks and a dress shirt, which today is no exception. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Today I probably would have been wearing some priestly garb for being in church.
You would have been
So got the white,
fully
sporting the white
dressed
collar.
with your collar
Yeah.
while we were murdering people.
Yes. You know, as one does.
Yeah.
And to level up, I took 2 improvements in the same ability. I took my logic from a D6 to a D10 because it was kind of hampering me, I felt like. D6 is not great.
D6 is not great. A D6 is what you start in every stat. For
Yeah.
those that don't know. So. Alrighty, and Tom, let's go.
All right, Tom Weaver has like long curly brown hair like me, glasses, usually walk around with a bandana so we can whip his hair up in some fashion if he needs to really get down to some dirty business. Wearing a brown leather duster, kind of like just long jacket that is riddled with bullet holes, but not from being shot at, but from being shot from within the jacket. Because there was a shotgun behind his back, it does look like he shit his pants in apocalyptic manner because of how the back of his jacket is blown out. And then there's a couple bullet holes over to the side where he helped take out Quinn's mother.
Oh, it's the best description I've ever heard. All right. Okay.
And
so,
how he's feeling about all of this is he really just wants to check in on his sisters and see if they're still okay and just try to get back to a life that was there and just see how much he can remember, and if not, just build it from here. Like, take these pieces and build them skyward.
and what dice upgrade did you take?
I upgraded my force to a D10 and my finesse to a D20.
Fantastic. All
Because
right.
let me do it.
So with that, now Quinn, if you would like to, you can now go up to the balcony.
Yes. So as she is storming, she is going to pull out her phone, her actual phone, because she doesn't feel like she needs the burner anymore. She is going to text Bella. Allison's gone. If I don't succeed, keep all of the Weavers safe.
So you send that off.
While I'm storming.
Yes, while you're storming.
Hold on, I'm trying to go through my list of things I needed to do. I'm gonna turn to Riley and say, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run upstairs really quick to the balcony. And using my lessons, I'm gonna use Speed Reader and see if maybe I can find something to maybe help us out if there were any documents left up here by anyone.
Okay. All right. So you get on up to the balcony. Obviously, the gunshot sort of made everyone clear out, the few people that had already entered the church. You can see that people definitely left things behind. There are bags. You can see that people had, like, at one point picked up their, like, morning, like, booklet thing, and now it's sort of tossed to the side in a rush of trying to leave a building that very clearly seemed dangerous for a while. As you sort of walk through the just couple of rows of chairs that fit up here, You can see over in the corner where earlier you all had spotted Allison and Laura sitting together. There is a small bag tucked underneath one of those seats. Inside of that bag, I'm just going to give you this for free because it will end up being a document. Inside of that bag is a small, just a small file folder, and inside of it you find a few different photos of you all. There's one of you all, one of Calvin specifically with Paul at the church. It looks like it may have been from the days of you all setting up the church. You see one of Tom and Teddy at the park, which at this point in our campaign was in episode 1, but in your timeline has only been a few days.
Yeah.
And you see one of you and Riley that night at the restaurant, the first night you realized that Riley had lied about the last time that his memory was wiped. And along with it, you find a picture of Maya the morning that she gave Tom the map of town, sitting in the coffee shop and painting. And you find blueprints to Bella's, specifically where the entrances and exits are, where the machine was that blew up and caused the death of one of her employees, and where her office was, which is where all of those files would have been hidden that were taken.
Okay, not helpful, but thank you.
That's what
I know. I know. I was just really hoping for something
like the
There was
passcode to
something.
that thing behind the
like
trellis.
a passcode or like
Not all things can
like
be
a
this easy.
note from someone to someone else.
Allison's American Express card. Like, I
No.
don't know.
There's only so
I-
many things I can hand you on finale.
Quinn is then going to lean over the balcony because zero fucks. And I'm assuming Paul is still in the church.
Yes, Paul is still here. He got his daughter out during the fight, but he is physically still here.
And I'm just going to project my voice to Paul and say, it's done here, but it's not over. We're gonna go try and stop it. Also, was that you earlier?
Oh, yeah. I may have caused a little bit of irreparable damage to the church. We'll figure that part out later.
That's okay. Good on you.
Don't worry, me too. I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, as long as everyone's good, I think
The important people are good. Let's put it that way.
we'll take it.
Okay. Everything is done here, though. I do apologize about the classroom / baptismal room.
Don't worry about it.
Cool. Sorry, it's a mess.
That's fine.
Oh, I'll have Riley do it, but we're gonna need the coroner. We'll take care of it. We'll take care of it.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna not go down there, I think.
Yeah.
As for
Yeah, just stay out of there. I don't know what's going on from this point, but I know that this is not over. So take people and get somewhere you think is safe. I can't tell you what it is we're looking for, but apparently Allison had fail safes in place, so we've got to go find them.
Okay. I don't think a lot of people are still here. They sort of got as far away as possible at the gunshots. But I will
Okay.
gather who I can.
Get your daughter and go be
Oh.
somewhere safe.
Lily's already taken care of. She has a babysitter in town that I had taken her. I told her to head to Bella's, so I'll just go there too.
Take as many people as you can there, and I'm just gonna shoot a message to Bella as more incoming. And then I'm just gonna kind of turn around and walk away. I'm gonna go back downstairs and start walking like out of the church toward Allison's house. As we're walking, I'm gonna go, oh, by the way, to Riley, had a question. You know, we got dinner the other night.
I'm gonna hang back a few feet. Just don't mind me. I'm gonna hang back a few feet,
Good
Uh,
call.
and I'm slowly just like
Same.
drifting back, and I pull out a joint and just start smoking it in the background while they have this conversation.
You know when we had dinner the other night in the sports bar?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know that I know my colors, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You want to explain that one?
It was a stupid training thing that I had to. They worked on like a memory restoration thing for white bite, and they tested it on a bunch of the officers. It resets your pin, so the time that you get back is added to what time is already there. So it put me from blue to purple.
So they were testing it on you?
Yeah, but I don't remember much. It was they literally only took away like they like gave me back a couple of weeks, but there was nothing significant in it, just work stuff. Nothing with mom or anything like that, I swear.
Riley, why would you do that?
We had to. Like contractual obligation wise, they said we'd be fired if we didn't comply. So I took it.
Okay, that's fair. Hopefully it won't be a problem after today, but like maybe we don't just voluntarily let someone inject chemicals into us next time.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's maybe like not the right idea. I feel it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's a good
get it.
choice. Good choice. Okay. So yeah, so at that point she is just like determined. She is angry and determined, and she is making her way to Allison's house.
As you should be. So with your mother still in tow, sort of to the right of Riley, with you to the left of Riley, and our two best buds, Calvin and Tom, trailing behind us to not be a part of your family drama. You all make your way all the way to Allison's house. So
And
Allison
is Teddy
lived-
with us, or is he with?
Yes, Teddy is with
okay.
you all. Teddy is sort of back there with the two of you. So is Richards. He's like a little bit behind you all, kind of carrying up the back. He at one point saunters up to the two of you, still while Quinn is talking to Riley, and just says, "I'm gonna start gathering people and getting them to safe places, just in case. It's not that I don't have faith in you all, but we don't know what she had planned."
Oh, I
Yeah.
appreciate it. Thank you for your help, and just please, just help as many people as possible.
Of course. Hey, Teddy, do you mind if I steal your blood? There's a lot of people that we gotta get to. And Teddy will nod and sort of just wave to you all, and say, "I will meet you back at Bella's in a while. At the very least, if I don't find you all there, I will get Luna and Penelope and Bella and just everybody. I'll get them somewhere safe."
Before Teddy leaves.
Not if we do that first. All right, bud.
Before Teddy leaves, I'm gonna take him off to the side. And be like, look, I told Bella she needs to take care of all of the Weavers if I don't succeed in this. But you better fucking watch out for Tom's ass if I don't make it out of this. Do you understand me?
You have my word. I will not let anything
swear
happen
to
to him.
God, I will
I
come back
swear.
and haunt you for eternity.
I would deserve it. I promise you, I will not let anything happen to the three of them. I swear.
Thank you. And then I join back into the group.
And with that, Teddy and Richards run off in the other direction. You see them climb into a squad car.
I'm also gonna say, hey Richards, you might want to call the coroner
Oh yeah. Got it.
Yeah.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah.
Hey, Teddy, for once you're in the front seat. Fucking, that's awesome, bud.
Personal growth. What else are we teaching here, folks? But personal growth.
Hey, people can change.
People can change. With that, Teddy and Richards drive down the road, heading towards Bellis.
All right. Quinn's just going to Allison's, and on her way, she noticed that Tom and Calvin kind of took a step back when her and Riley started to have a conversation. And she's just like, not even gonna turn completely, but just kind of over her shoulder be like, see, Tom, you're not the only one with a fucked up family. And just keep on going.
Fantastic.
Like, don't worry, I think I've learned that about 37 times now. I just didn't remember it.
Yeah.
And with that, you all head off to Allison's. As we get into the description of Allison's place, everybody please check that you have not only a spark for the beginning of the episode tonight, but you also have an extra. We were donated $15, which means each of you get a spark for free.
Holy
So
shit.
thank you,
Sick.
Brian, for that.
Brian gave us a
Aw.
spark?
Brian gave each of you a spark.
When did that happen?
Just now.
Why didn't it pop up?
I don't know. But he texted me and I got the email confirmation. We'll figure it out. It'll be all right.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Yes, thank you, Brian.
Now I've added my system. It should have made this really fun heaven sound, like angels.
All right, so the three of you, along with Riley and Laura, walk for a while. It is not a short journey to Allison's house from here. Allison lives over near the Capitol building in quite a nice, fancy, bigger house.
Did I drive my car to the church?
I would assume that you did. Would
Okay.
you like to drive?
Yeah, we're gonna get in the fucking car.
Great. Love that.
We don't have time.
So you all go ahead and drive over there. That does save you all some time in the grand scheme
Calvin
of
gets to
things.
sit in the back with my brother and my mom, who's still zip tied.
Fantastic. What a picture. That lovely thing is your mother brooding in between a priest and her son, who's a police officer, watching you drive, and the love of your life that shot her sitting shotgun.
And she's in the
What
priest zip ties.
Yeah, and she's in the priest zip ties. You know,
I'll ask questions.
Look, bitches sit bitch. What can I say?
I support you and why you needed those zip ties and whatever floats Calvin's boat, you know?
I'm gonna
What?
apologize
She's letting me
now.
control the radio.
Henry has been in.
Rare form.
Look,
today.
driver picks the music. Shotgun shuts his.
Shuts his cake hole.
Yep. But I'll let Tom pick the music because at this point I don't give a fuck what's on the radio.
That's fair enough.
I'm gonna say she's driving a little erratically, not dangerously, just a little erratically.
Fair.
She's still obeying like stop signs and stoplights, but you know, she's on a time crunch and she has no idea how short that time crunch is.
Fair enough. All right. So you all now drive up to Allison's house. Laura obviously directs you to where it is because you all have no clue. But it is a very nice, large brick house with a burgundy door. Yes. I can tell that look means something. Would you like to share with the class?
I had a thought.
Can I finish my description?
Yes, go ahead. We got an extra spark. I have a thought.
I can tell. It's a very large brick house with a burgundy door and burgundy shutters. You can tell
Tacky.
that it's about 3 stories tall. From what Laura said back at the church, though, The 3 stories you can see does not have anything to do with Allison's actual lab. That would be located on the back of the house somewhere. Thank you, 5 Foot Latina, for that. And all over the front and sides, from what you can see, you obviously can't see the back from this angle, but there are lots of vines, large rose bushes. It is very much the like quintessential American suburb house in a lot of ways. Very unassuming. There's a very large 47 that's over by the door, which would be for the address, a big white mailbox. And there is one car in the driveway currently. It's like a navy blue Jeep. None of you have ever seen that particular car around town before.
I am going to walk around that car, and I am going to plunge my knife into every single tire.
Fantastic.
And as I walk around the side, I'm just going to drag the knife down the side too to give it a nice, like, almost like a keying, just for the fuck of it.
Right, we love to see it. So you've thoroughly abused the car at this point.
And as I'm stabbing tires, I just don't even look at him, and I say, Riley, don't say a fucking word to me. And I'm just stabbing tires.
Tom and Calvin, you two can see Quinn is too focused on her car murder at this point, but the two of you can see Riley just sort of standing there holding onto his mother's arm that is still zip tied behind her back, and he's just sort of staring at his sister, not really saying much of anything. He just more looks, I don't want to say shocked because that's not the right word, but more just a bit surprised at his sister's amount of rage that she can carry in her body at once. But he's not saying anything. He's absolutely not deterring you from doing this at all.
Good choice. Spark.
Yes.
Question.
Yes.
So you know how the last time we got a fun spark, and I thought, hey, can I hack into computer system? And you said, sure. Could I have one of those fun computer little handheld things you plug in that like
We'll do the
opens
passcode for you?
codes?
I will say that you can have that. You will have to roll to see how fast it works. It won't be instantaneous. Like the way that computers do that is that depending on the
I know this
intricacy
goes
of the
all
code,
through the
it has to
numbers.
go through cycles. So I will let you have that. And it will be something you roll for to see how quickly it works.
I'm gonna sit on that.
Okay, we can sit on that.
I'm
That
gonna
sounds
sit on
great.
So, I remember my mother said that it was somewhere around the back.
Mhm.
Does she know exactly where it is?
From what she told you at the church, the keypad itself was hidden behind one of the trellises at the back of the house.
I'm just gonna start ripping trellises off the back of this fucking house.
Yeah, let's go look.
Same.
Fast.
Yeah. Just destroy all of this foliage.
So you all circle to the back of the house. You have to walk sort of through grass to get there. There is no clear path from the front to the back of the house without at least going through the house itself. So you all go through the grass. It's probably about mid-morning now. So you don't... It's not that I would say they're looking at you suspiciously, but you can definitely see neighbors sort of looking out windows and being like, this is
I'm
a
gonna
lot.
I'm gonna pull my gun out. I'm gonna be like, Karen, go back to fucking breakfast. I don't have time. And I'm gonna go back to ripping
Frank Orange,
trellises
shut the
off
fuck
the back
up.
door.
Great. Great, yeah. So when you get to the back of the house, you realize that there are large sections that have trellises on them, so it'll be like a few trellises worth, and then there's like a large window or something like that.
Great.
So you all each kind of take a section and are ripping trellises off of this house. Everybody give me a force roll.
I knew I should have
no.
bumped up my force.
That's why I did.
Look, you all
What
are
have
the
I
ones
done?
that. Yeah, you all are the ones that said we ripped trellises off the house. I don't really know what else you'd like me to classify that as other than force.
That's gonna be a full 8.
All right, lovely. We love that.
Ooh, mine is an 8 as well.
All
But
right.
mine's an 8 on a 10.
Full marks
Mine's
for
an
Quinn.
8 on an 8.
Yeah, it's like yours is a little more impressive.
Sorry.
That's all right. You both still pass very well. Quinn does it a bit better just because she maxed out on her dice.
Rage.
Rage.
She's
Yeah.
just hulking out.
There is a lesson that you all did not get the opportunity to have because it was written after your character creation, but it is called Fueled by Spite. I feel like it would have worked very well for Quinn as a character.
It's my life. Did you base that one off me?
I did not.
Any spiteful action gives you advantage.
I know, Brian. I tried to talk her into exploding dice, and she would have none of it. So
I know.
I
And
tried.
I have thought about it, but I feel like there are so many other systems that use exploding dice.
That's fair.
We're making something new over here, you know.
New things. It's
I
okay.
do love a good system with exploding dice, though. Savage Worlds, kids on brooms and bikes.
It's so
they're all
satisfying.
lovely. Calvin, did you roll?
I did. I'm offering my moral support with a very sturdy 2 on a 6.
Yeah, I would say that you're offering moral support in this instance.
And Calvin was there.
Calvin. So here's what happens with Calvin. He goes to rip one of the trellises off the wall, and he grabs where like the lattice of wood is, and pulls with his entire might. The only problem is that our dear sweet Calvin, based in training, just like doesn't get out a ton. So when he pulls, he instead like whips around and smacks himself in the face, and he just kind of gives up. He looks around, he's like, okay, nobody saw it, it's fine.
Quinn's already got her second one off and is just like stopped before she throws it.
Yeah.
Like,
Tom saw him
makes-
struggling and pulled out his camera phone to start
makes
taking
eye
video.
contact and doesn't say anything, but just kind of smiles to herself and just keeps throwing trellis pieces down.
Yeah, Calvin's just really out here doing his best. So after he smacks himself in the face, he sort of looks around, realizes that everyone has seen this, and he just goes back and stands beside Riley and grabs Laura's other arm, and Riley goes, "Yeah, thanks. I needed assistance for sure. Yep."
Oh,
Tom's turned
great.
it into a GIF and sent it to somebody already. Like, hey, good luck, Teddy.
It's in our group chat.
Fantastic.
Burner group chat.
So you, the two of you though, are very easily able to pull off all of these trellises. You get to the fourth or fifth one, and when one of you rips it off, you can see inlaid in the brick. It's almost hard to catch because it's been. The shell of the keypad has been made specifically to be the same color, so it all blends in really well. You could tell in the dark it'd be impossible to see this, but because it's in the middle of the day, you can just barely catch the glint of the screen of the sun reflecting off of it. Would you now like to have that code breaker, or would you all like to approach this a different way?
I have another choice.
Okay.
I just start staring at my tattoos for clues.
I'm going to use my ability.
Which one?
My, what's it called? Is that you? Ability.
go ahead and read off for everybody what that does, please, because I know, but they
All
don't.
right, we're gonna bother someone in their afterlife. You are able to contact spirits for information when they feel like communicating. Well, she's gonna feel like communicating. Roll an intuition check to see if they will take physical form. On a success, you can ask up to 3 questions that they will answer to the best of their knowledge. If the roll hits a
Yes,
15,
I love where you're going.
if the roll hits a 15 or higher, I can ask up to 5 questions instead of 3. If I fall below the DC, the GM may choose to let you ask 1 to 2 questions, or they may choose for the spirit to be unavailable. So I am rolling an intuition check. With People Reader, because it has to do with a person, they just happen to be deceased.
No.
Can I add that extra
People-
+2?
No, People Reader specifically is to find out the intentions of others.
Well, I can't.
You know Allison's intentions.
I know, but
They were awful. She's dead now.
I can't hit a 15. Like, it's not possible for me to hit a 15 unless it's a d20 roll and I add my intuition.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. All right. Come on, dice. Let's go. Well, that is an 18 on the die. +2 makes it a dirty Tiffany.
A dirty Tiffany. All right. For those of you that are new here, a dirty Tiffany is what we call a dirty 20 for many a reason on this channel. Mostly because we have a player named Tiffany and Ryan can't speak sometimes. But it's fine.
It
We
will
love
never
him anyway.
die.
Absolutely not. I have anything to say about it.
So you just see
He's well just
Quinn.
lean into it.
You just see Quinn stand in front of this box and just get really quiet. Shut up. Shut up. Anyway, you just see her get really quiet and close her eyes, and it's almost like she's meditating. And she's going to physically put her hand out and make a gesture like she's actually pulling something out from somewhere, and then throw her hand back out. And Allison's spirit will be standing right in front of her.
As you
That's what you're gonna
do
call.
this motion, as you
No.
sort of throw
Oh.
it back out in a way, the spirit of Allison Changeland appears. She looks very disheveled. Her bullet wounds and cuts and things like that are all still very much in place.
They don't cosmetically heal that for you? That must suck. How's hell?
Oh, it was great, so you brought me back here. Hell's way more my speed than this.
Great. I've got some questions for you. I have 5 for you, actually.
You do get to ask 5.
And the fun fact about this ability, it doesn't say that they have to be back-to-back questions. So she can come with us for a little bit.
Fair enough. It does not say they need to be back-to-back questions. I know another thing of wording I need to change tomorrow.
Jesus Christ. I
I
love this.
edited the book today.
You did. Yeah.
So I reread everything. Okay. So, shut up, Brian.
I should make it count as a question.
Absolutely is a question.
I mean,
Do it.
That's fair. It's a question.
That's fine. If you want to do it, that's fine.
Great. How's hell was one of your questions.
Great.
It's
still have
satisfied
4
by the
boards,
need to
fine.
troll.
Yeah.
Did she answer that to the best of her knowledge?
I mean, she said it was great and it was better than here for her. So yeah,
I can imagine
Well,
that.
that's
that is the best
fucking
of her
chilling.
knowledge. Allison Changeland was an awful person when she was alive.
She
She's
was, but
just
like she
awful
was
as a person.
riding
She's-
high.
Hey, there was nothing saying she's not riding high down
It'll be
there.
better for her. No, that's not
Maybe
how
hell's
this
like
hell
a
works.
slow burn.
That's not how this
Like
hell
she doesn't
works.
realize how bad it is
Oh,
yet.
she just hasn't gotten to the shitty part yet.
There's
They're
nothing-
still trying
she's
to
only-
process her paperwork.
She's only been dead for like 30 minutes. You gotta give her time.
Yeah.
They're still processing her intake paperwork. I'm just gonna point to the keypad and say, what's the code, please?
Oh, you think I'm just gonna give you a code? Oh, come on. I didn't, like, put all of this together to be screwed in the last hour. Come on, I might be dead, but I can still win.
I'm just gonna keep looking at her.
If you must know. It is Maya's birthday. How good of a friend were you?
I was very good because I have all the information on Maya that also happens to be on my phone, saved up in my backup shit. So, I'm gonna pull up Maya's file on my phone and look up her birth date.
Fantastic. Go ahead and give me investigation, I guess.
Sure.
I mean, you have it definitely in there. It's just a matter of how fast can you find it.
That is an 11 on a 12.
On a 12. Fantastic. Yeah, you can find it fairly quickly. Maya's birthday is September 23rd.
It's just 0. Okay, I was like, it's just 3 numbers. Hey Tom, would you try 0923?
You type that in. The lights that weren't on before at all, sort of to help conceal it. It blinks red once, but then immediately turns green, and you can hear a small click as a couple of bricks pop out of the wall, sort of becoming a handle.
Whoa.
Fucking
I
Diagon
grab
Alley
it.
shit? Jesus
I grab it.
Christ. And this is all to Allison, just...
Yeah. What can I say? I like the theatrics of it all. You know.
I can't mock
Taxpayer
her.
dollars,
I can't
though?
mock
I
her.
asked the question, not her, so it doesn't count.
I mean, I figured you were a turf too, so... Alright.
She is not a turf. There are not
Uh,
turfs in my universe. Screw
So-
that.
So we pull the
I
brick.
would like it to be known
People are
right
people,
now.
and that's fucking
In
canon.
Grimsby, we are at the progressive point. People are people. Like,
She was
no turfs allowed.
changing. She
None.
is the turf of the village, the only one, because she's trying to
If
change
I roll
her
this
daughter into something
Allison-
perfect.
hey, Allison may not be a great person at all, but she's not a turf. I won't allow for that.
For rolling that 20, is she a turf?
No.
Roll it right now.
No.
It was a 6.
19. It was close. She's
I, for
turf.
one, fully support the writing turfs out of existence platform
Yes.
we have going
Uh,
here.
No turfs
Right.
in existence. 0. And no, while we're at it, no homophobics either. You're all gone. None of you exist in my planet.
I'm
Fair.
sorry. Let me rephrase that. You're a shitty human being who profited off of bullshit too. So,
Correct. That's fair. I'll take that.
okay. So is that like a door? Like, does it pull open?
Yeah, I
I'll try it.
I grab it, I do a little twisty, I do a little pulley, I see what works. I can slide a hand it if you need to, or
The twist does nothing. It's a brick, and it's
Sutterholm,
not.
Do you-
shut your
do
fucking
you also bop it?
mouth.
We love you, Nubby.
Sutterholm does not pass these lips. Fuck. Who the fuck you think I am?
But you are able to pull on one of the bricks that is sort of popped out, and it takes a lot of effort. But you
I
are
will
able-
help.
yeah, you two together are able to pull it open at least enough to where light can go inside, and you all would have a way in. It doesn't swing all the way open at 90 degrees,
Mhm.
but
Yeah, that was a
it will
mistake.
open enough for you all to get in.
Okay. So she still has her gun in her hand. Well, she put it up to help open
Yeah.
the door, and she's gonna pull it back out. And just turn to Alice
I'm
and
walking
be,
in like this.
and be like,
hands on
"Come
my
on,
guns."
let's go."
What, are you going to point a gun at me? I think you've missed the point that I'm dead.
No, come on. You're with me now. You get to stay with me now. Okay, let's go.
As you move, you can see that she's trying hard not to move, but unfortunately, that's not how this works. So she just, even though her feet aren't
It's
moving
like there's
at all,
a
she just sort of
cord.
slowly slides. Yeah, she is not actively taking the steps to move, but she is just sort of sliding along with you. It stays at a distance. You've got like a solid 8 feet between you.
Can I like
Can all of us
see her
see
too?
the energy that
Yeah, you can all
attaches
see
her to me?
Great.
Can you see the energy that attaches you two together? Is
Yes.
that your question?
Yes.
If you'd like to, that's cool with me.
Can I just like
grab it
mime
and
rope
tug it.
it? I was gonna say, can I mime rope it so she has to scoot faster and be like, I don't have time for this. Let's go.
Yes, you can.
They can't see it, but you just see mime roping.
Yeah.
And she floats.
Yeah, that you
faster.
two cannot see the energy that connects them. Only Quinn can see that, but you two can see Allison, and so can Riley and Laura. She very much, for all intents and purposes, looks like she's right there in front of you. She just looks maybe a little translucent.
Great. Come on, let's go. And I'm gonna like this is so ridiculous. I'm going to shorten her tether. So I'm gonna mime rope it in and then I'm gonna wrap it around a few times to shorten her tether and be like, okay, let's go.
Great. Love that.
And Quinn will take point, going in with gun in hand into the door.
Okay, what is the order that you all are going to walk into? So Quinn obviously is in the front.
I'm behind
Allison
Quinn.
is a distance behind her, but that doesn't super matter.
I don't want Allison in the back.
She can't do anything, at least to your knowledge.
I know, but she can still try and make a run for it. Oh, wait, Allison, never mind. I'm thinking of my mother. I don't want my
Allison,
mother
okay.
in the back.
That's fair. You're okay, so not in the back, but can I get more specific than that, maybe?
Calvin, do you mind taking up the rear?
Sure, yeah, I was just looking at some spell options to see if there's anything I need to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want Riley and my mom somewhere in the middle of all of us. In case she decides to dart. Although I will shoot her if I have to. She's already been
My
shot once.
hands are on my guns and already pointed in that direction. So, like, if she does anything, like, we'll see how far she gets.
So I'm assuming
Lovely.
myself and then
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Riley, and my
Oh,
mom.
yeah, it spells I cast gun or prepare to cast gun.
And then Calvin in the back. And Allison, let's say she can't get more than 4 feet away from me.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we can take that. So you all sort of go through this smaller opening that you all have made. What you find first is a very narrow, very short hallway. It is not big enough for you all to go in any more than single file. So you have to go in one line. And as you go through, and Quinn, you take the first few steps in to what was essentially a completely black space, aside from the little light that you all were able to let in. On your third or fourth step, a light pops on the floor. One to either side of you all, so it then illuminates almost columns up the wall. for every few steps that you take inside, another set of columns lights up. The walls here are bright white, so the light reflects everywhere. It's quite frankly almost blinding. And
Motion activated, so fancy.
And there are small windows every like 10 feet or so down this hallway. This hallway's probably just well, they're probably like every 5 feet because it's about 20 feet long, and it's got a few windows on either side. If you look through those windows, you see a couple different things. One room looks like a traditional laboratory. There are lots of vials and bottles everywhere. You can see that they have labels on them from here, but you can't make out what any of them are. A lot of them are different colors, or they're bubbling, or something like that. If you look in a different window, you see a room that's mostly dark, but it looks like maybe there are some TV monitors in there.
I'm gonna shine my flashlight through that window.
Okay, so the little bits that you're able to illuminate from that, all of these are TV monitors. There's probably about 20 in total. They take up almost an entire wall of this room with a desk sitting in front of it.
So like security footage.
You can guess that might be what happens in this room, but there's none of it out. Like you can't see what these TVs should be playing because they're all off. You see, just like a couple of chairs in here. This mostly looks like what you would think it is. Although you obviously can't be sure until you go turn on one of the TVs or you find the footage or anything like that. Another window looks like it may lead into like an office sort of situation. You can see like a bigger desk with a like really nice chair behind it. There are some file cabinets around and things like that. But nothing seems like super extraordinary for this room. In the very last window you come to, the room itself is dark again.
Flashlight.
When you shine your flashlight in there, you see what looks like a medical examination sort of room. There's like a large metal table that's very reminiscent of the one you all pulled Luna off of when you went to the rehabilitation center. Lots of cabinets and things around like that. There's a board for x-ray, like to put x-rays on that will light them up so you can see them and things like that. You can see near the back wall there is like a cart that has syringes and vials on it. And there are a couple of pieces of machinery that look like they are like things you would hook someone up to, maybe for heart rate measurements or things like that. But you can't be totally sure what they're for because it's definitely not something you've ever seen in like a hospital or anything like that. And then at the very end of this hallway, there is one door with one keypad.
Oh, son of a bitch. I'm not wasting another question asking her, so I'll use my spark.
Okay.
And I'll use the code generator.
Okay. Roll
Maybe try the same code first.
I mean, that's fair.
Not the worst shot.
Just 0923.
You try it, and it first displays a red light, but then that red light turns yellow and then turns off again.
Well, that was my idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the code generator.
Okay. Roll a. We're just gonna do like a random luck sort of check. So roll a d20 for me. 1 to 5 is going to be that it takes 5 full minutes. A 6 to 10 6 to 12 will be that it takes 3 minutes. I'll make it easier as you go up. 13 to 18 will be a minute and a half. And if you can get a 19 or a 20, I'll make it instantaneous.
There's no way I'm getting a 19 or a 20, but we will hope for high. That's a 17.
Okay, so that's a minute and a half. So that's practically nothing. You plug in everything. There's a small port for the code cracker to plug into at the bottom of this keypad. And you watch as on the code cracker a screen whirs to life. It starts cycling through all of these number patterns, essentially starting at all zeros and working its way up. It takes a minute and a half. In that minute, you sort of see Allison like poking her head through walls and looking at the rooms that she's left behind and things like that. She's not saying anything.
Can that work without me holding it? Like, does it just plug in?
Yeah, it just plugs in.
Okay. While that is going on, I'm going to go into the office and look at...
You can't. These are all just windows.
Oh, they're just windows.
There is one door at the end of the hallway with one keypad.
Oh, so that's
You
how we
all-
get into the places. Okay. All right, cool. Never
Yeah.
mind.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so you cannot be physically in any of these rooms.
Yeah.
You can only look through windows at this point.
Yet.
So after this thing is done, unless there's something you would like to do in that minute and a half, is there? Before I stampede over it.
Yes. I'm going to turn around and ask Allison, where is Maya?
She looks at you, says, well, if she's where she's supposed to be, she will be somewhere down here. If she's not where she's supposed to be, I have no idea. You would have to ask my idiot ex-husband.
I pass my arm through where her head is.
She feels nothing.
Damn, I thought I'd kind of I don't know, throw you off or something.
Like the TV
And I
show,
just-
the TV show Ghost, where everybody, like, it hurts when they walk through them.
Yeah, no.
Of course, you feel nothing in death because you felt nothing in life.
Correct.
Oh,
No,
shit.
she's very proud of that one. You can tell even in these moments after essentially, everyone else would think, well, she's lost. She's dead. Allison very much still feels that even in death she can win.
Might be right. We don't know yet.
I refuse. Okay, so you let me know whenever it generates that code for me.
Oh yeah, they can be done by now.
Yeah.
So you hear a soft click, and the beep as the red light turns to green. You can feel free to take this code cracker with you if you'd like, or you can leave it here.
No, I'm gonna take it with me. What did it show? What the actual code was, though?
It did. The code was 1117.
Okay.
Was that when we first started streaming?
No, we first started streaming in July or August. 1117 is a random number that I just made up off the top of my head. It does have significance to Allison, but I did just make it up. It's not related to us in any way.
Okay, so I'm going to go through the room.
Oh,
Or
but
the
the date
door.
of this show started November 22nd.
In November, so it was around
Yeah.
that date. That's what I thought. Yeah.
No, I thought you meant the channel, and I was like, no.
Oh no.
We started streaming when I was in the old house. Okay, but you all go through this door. There's a small beep. There is nothing to push or pull. It very much just you can barely even tell that there's a door there, except for the silver outline of the door frame against the white. But it slides out of your way and tucks itself into the wall. And so now you can feel free to move about. This first room that you are in looks to be that security looking room. It's bigger than you could tell from just looking through the like smallish sort of window that was on the wall. There's about 20 monitors on that wall. There's an additional 20 on the wall next to it that you couldn't see from the angle you all were standing at. There is like a very long L-shaped desk that follows all of these monitors. You can see like sort of papers and coffee cups and things like that strewn about. It sort of seems like they were all just left here and forgotten, like the type of person that doesn't remember they just made themselves a drink, so they go make another one and then leave it behind. Yeah, I know. Me too. There are a few other things in here, just like a cart full of miscellaneous binders and things like that. But other than that, this room is pretty barren.
Is there anything in the binders, like if I flip through them?
If you flip through them, you do find something. Give me like investigation, I think, just to see how quickly you can glean information from these, because you don't really have the time to sit down.
10 from a 12.
Yeah, you're golden. From what you can see, as you pick up each binder and sort of leaf through it, these are tracking patterns of you all. So there is a folder, or there's a binder for each of you, as well as a binder for there is one for Luna, one for Penelope, and one for Teddy. Luna's and Penelope's stop when they were taken.
I just start snapping pictures of all the pages that I can, and send it to my server.
Very cool.
I just full on take my binder.
I mean, go for it.
Cool.
Go for it.
Play as close as I have to a fucking family album. Like, I'll take it.
Yeah, they each have like pictures in them. They've got written out things in a handwriting you don't really know who it belongs to, but like handwritten notes of like, this is his day to day, like this is where he like gets this at, this is his preferred store, like all of that stuff is all handwritten in these binders.
Question.
Yes.
Did my mom come in the lab? She just couldn't see where
She couldn't see how to get in the lab.
panel was?
Yeah. Allison made her turn around
Okay.
when she went to unlock it. Your mom didn't say how far into the lab she got, but she said that she was in here at some point.
Mom, have you seen any of these rooms?
Yes. This one and the medical room. But just once. It was a while back.
I didn't ask for details. What did you see in this room? Like on the TVs? Just the binders? Was there ever video footage playing? What did you see?
I just saw the binders. I saw the control panel on how to make the TVs work, but they weren't on when I came in here.
Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna try the control panel and just see if anything happens.
Yeah, cool. Give me... I'll let you tell me. What kind of check would you like to do to make this work? Because this is not like a standard control panel. This is something that was crafted for this room.
Observation?
I'll assist. I'll walk up and try to help.
Okay, I will let Tom help you in this moment. I don't know that I want it to be observation though, because this is you physically handling the machine.
Do you want it to be agility?
Yeah, I think I do want it to be agility. That's where I was leaning towards.
Son of a bitch. So that means I
try to
get to
force
roll
it.
with advantage, right?
You what?
I get to roll with advantage since he's helping.
Yes.
Thank God. Ooh, that one's a 6.
We'll take it. So you kind of play around with the switches and buttons that are on this thing. There are a couple of dials that you need to turn this way or that. But after a few minutes, you seem to get a handle on it.
She's just like clicking buttons. Anything? Anything now? What about
I'm
this?
trying a knob, but no. Do you see anything?
No.
Shit.
What?
What about now?
Okay, how about that one?
Well, this one. Oh, fuck. Okay. How about this?
Like we're both just like fucking with the buttons and the knobs and just asking if anything's happening.
Eventually, after a few minutes of this, where Riley just sort of just stands there and
Exactly, Brian.
yeah,
Like, is no one watching the fucking screen? Come on.
yeah,
Well, like Riley and Calvin are watching.
yeah. No, Riley's just
I'm waiting for
Kind of
feedback and twisting
in
everything
disbelief
inside.
No?
that,
Okay,
that you
all
all
right.
have gotten.
What about
to
this one?
place. Yeah, but Riley in his sort of just how did we get here moment will be like, no, that's not right, or it's got snow now. Do we want snow?
Okay, hold on. Like if I what if I turn the dial? Is that clearer?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Well,
What
this
about
button
like
pressed or this button not pressed? I'll do it again. This button pressed or this button not pressed?
it's like an eye
It's like an
exam.
eye exam.
Number 1, number 2.
Always number 2.
Number 1, number 2. Which one's better?
So eventually, though, you all are able to get everything adjusted, and with one last button click, all the monitors come to life at once.
Ooh.
Hell yeah.
All right.
You all stop and stare as over about 40 monitors, you all see yourselves.
I just pull out my phone and record. It's already out, but like I just start recording.
But these are not, these aren't recent footage. You all are seeing yourselves over years.
Is it like CCTV?
In a way. But it's over years of your life. There are some of these that look like you're 10 years younger, maybe more. In some of them, you all are sneaking through hallways. In one of them, you see Quinn get shot. In another, you see Tom climbing the side of a building only to almost fall and barely catch himself. It's moments of your life flashing before your eyes, but it almost certainly brings up something very important, but you don't know why. And in this moment, I would have asked you all for a memory check.
I was about to ask for a memory check, but I will let you continue.
Honestly, yeah.
You don't need it.
Ooh.
For those of you that may not remember, a while back, 5 Foot Latina gave us a donation that unlocked a full memory, and I was waiting for the perfect moment to use it. I decided last week that this moment would be where I would like to give it to someone, and she granted it to Tom.
Oh,
Thanks, Kat.
he's gonna
So-
cry.
Oh, I'm just instantly, boom, I'm fucking crying right now. Yeah, that's as easy as it fucking is right now.
So in this moment, as you three are standing there, Tom, you almost feel in this moment that you have left your body here while your mind has gone somewhere very far away. And in an instant, you remember, maybe not all, but snippets of each of these attempts. The very first time sitting in Quinn's house, while you all were still in your maybe early 20s, all of you talking about getting out and what that would take. The next time when it didn't work and Quinn was hospitalized because she was shot in the arm. And so after you all went through your white bite and going back in to rehab and being put back through life, you finding Quinn again in the hospital. Times where Calvin looked like he wasn't going to make it out and you all refused to leave him behind. And times when you were so close and at the very last second before you hit the edge of town, somebody stopped you. A time where police like squad cars blocked your path in the road as you all were trying to take a car and ram it through the magical barrier that keeps the town closed. You all in the basement of the rehabilitation center when it seemed like maybe it was a possibility that there was a tunnel there, and over and over and over again, all of these failed times, all 37 previous attempts of you all trying to get out of here. And then in the very last moment before you return to consciousness, you see yourself in this lab. It looks like it was maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And you are the one on the exam table. Laura Lawson stands over you, giving you another injection of something else. And immediately in that moment, the rest of the memory goes hazy. And then you're back.
Have I just been put on this new fucked up path within just the last 2 years? I've lost 2 years of my fucking life?
What?
This? This is... I've been on that fucking table. This is where they made me who I am.
Who was it?
Or at least it feels like it.
Who was it?
I just look at your mom.
I slowly turn to my mother. And I ask her, what did you do?
They didn't make all the right decisions.
Oh, you think? That's not what I asked you. What did you do?
Tom was a part of the experimental program.
Why?
Because he got signed away.
By who?
His parents.
What?
They didn't want to. It was this big thing that Allison came up with. If we could get people that we could test some new things on, it was for the greater good, is what they said.
What were they
So I was
offered
just fucking
in
handed
return?
over. I was just handed over for this shit. There was no struggle. There was no like, oh no, what are they doing to my fucking children? They just gave us away to this?
No, not exactly.
What did they get in return? Money?
No. Well, I mean, yes, but like that wasn't the point of it.
A vacation somewhere where
No.
they're actually having a
No.
vacation?
No. It was the government would help pay for anything that they needed, not limited to the medical things that we were doing, but literally anything. It was essentially us helping to pay for food and shelter and literally anything that they could have needed. And they were guaranteed the best health care that they could get. And I know that sounds awful considering everything, but like outside of that, they had completely free medical care. I took care of everything.
You seem to take care of a lot of people.
I gave Luna the surgery that she needed to stay alive. It did not cost your parents a dime. But your sister would have died.
You almost killed her twice.
That wasn't all me.
You still
Allison did a lot behind my back, a lot that I didn't know about. And
Like making me this.
I didn't know that, and those, whatever you just saw in your head, that wasn't all of the injections. Like they weren't all bad injections. I swear, a lot of them were health related. Allison had done things to you before I ever became a part of the picture. And a lot of the times I was trying to fix what Allison messed up.
I'm sure it was nice trying to keep someone away from your daughter, so like this might have helped that out.
It wasn't like that. More than anything in the world, even though I screwed up so badly, I wanted Gwen and Riley to be happy from a distance away from me.
You wanted me to be happy, so you took one of the things that made me happy away from me?
No, I was trying to return Tom to you in like a good state of mind, in a good being with a healthy body, and to fix the things that Allison messed up. You know that there's no reason to believe me. I know.
I'm tired of hearing about there's no way to forgive you and there's no reason to believe you, Mom. I believe every word that comes out of your mouth. Do I believe some of it's a lie? Yes. But you still did what you did.
I know.
Okay. I'm gonna walk out of that room.
Yeah, let's go to the next room.
Yeah, I'm gonna upload that video to the server.
So you do that.
I take all the Weaver file, like all the Weaver binders with me.
So on either side of this, there's sort of a door that leads in either direction out of this room. The third door leads back down the hallway you were just in. There's a door to the right and a door to the left. They're both just regular, open and shut doors. There's no fancy keypad or anything like that. You all can open one and see what looked like the office, and you can open the other and see what looked like the laboratory. I just need to know what way you all would like to go.
I'm gonna go to the office first.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And I'm going to do a browse of the office files, snap pictures, and with my speed reader, hopefully get something that is helpful out of it.
I'm just gonna pull an external hard drive.
All right, cool. You all look through all of the files that happen to be in this room. Everybody give me investigation. Riley will give Gwen the help action.
I just rolled a 12 on a 12. I don't need it.
Okay, great.
But thank you. Thanks, Riley.
So
Rolled
welcome.
a 7 on a 10.
Cool.
Same, 7 out of 10.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Lovely. Riley sort of just stands with your mom in the doorway to that office. He doesn't let her in to that room, just in case. You never know. But the three of you are able to find quite a bit. You all find a document that matches all of the information that you all gathered when you found that piece of cello that went over Tom's tattoo that gave you the chemical makeup of the antidote for the plague. It basically details everything about the disease, when it hit town for the first time, how they were unable to treat all of these people. It started with one, and then the whole family contracted it. and all of a sudden it was spreading like wildfire. They tried medications, they tried uh, quarantining people, they tried whatever they could, but it seemed like no matter what, it was just spreading, and it was spreading way too quickly for anybody to be able to handle. Grimsby back then was an even smaller town than it is now. Not that it is big in any way now. Like, you all could probably drive the length of Grimsby in less than 10 minutes now. So for how small a town it was back then, there was not really a doctor that was equipped to handle anything like this. Uh, the best chance that anybody had was to get medical attention the next town over. Um, but even those doctors in the next biggest city didn't seem to know how to handle what was happening. It was just way too late, and the people that were contracting it were getting sicker and sicker so quickly that it was causing death. Uh, Even once they were able to figure out that there would be a treatment for it, most people that were qualified to make that treatment were the ones that were sick. So it was just too late. But eventually, someone was able to figure out what the antidote would be, and they were able to write it down. Obviously, you all were able to find that in a past attempt, which is a guess that you all would have was probably why now it lives here. Because at some point you all found it because Tom has it tattooed on it.
Are there any other files of interest?
You all in this room, since you all succeeded, you all can also gather that in this room are some of the files that would corroborate what Laura was saying. There are notices of payouts to not just the Weaver family, but to other families throughout Grimsby for, payments for housing, payments for food, all of this stuff like that. So Laura
Do we recognize any
not-
names?
There are a few family names that are like bigger families in town, but like nobody that you all personally know on this. But they're all payouts and things for medical treatments, for surgeries. Like, it seemed like in exchange for helping them test out whatever they needed to test, Laura was telling the truth. Anything that they needed was taken care of.
Okay. Anything else of note in this room?
Give me just straight observation, because this isn't really investigating at this point. This is just what's out and about.
8
That was a
plus
10.
2,
on a 10.
so 10 on a 12.
God damn.
Waiting on Calvin.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I didn't realize I was also participating. So my bad.
I mean, if
Yeah.
you're in the room,
Okay. I mean, I am. Yeah.
If you wanna open your eyes
investigation,
in the
that's a 6
room,
on
I
a
mean-
10.
what is that?
6 on a 10.
Okay, cool. So Calvin, you can see pretty clearly. There are pictures and things around this room. They all have Allison in them, but they all also have her ex-husband, who is the man that you saw at the church that day. The scary man in the suit that
Yeah.
kept talking into a cufflink. There are some different things around this room. It's not too decorated. Like, it doesn't seem like whoever stays here wants it to seem very personal. But it does seem like it's personalized enough to where when people would need to come in, it doesn't look like a staged office or anything. There is a computer here, but it has already been smashed to pieces. tower for it has crashed in from the middle. It almost looks like somebody took like a hammer or a baseball bat to it, and just completely wrecked it. From what you can tell, there's no way that this is usable at all.
Like, I can't pull anything from it that I can connect to anything else.
You could try to pull something from it, but you wouldn't be able to connect anything here. Probably, like it looks like
I'd
you
have to
probably
take it
have to
home.
take it home. Yeah.
Okay. I will have snapped all the photos, uploaded everything, and then I'm gonna make my way into the lab.
The lab?
As you all are headed out, Tom, you sort of see in the very last moment before you all head back out the door, the nameplate that is on the desk says R. Changeland. And with that, you all leave the room.
I was actually going to do this anyway, but I'm going to turn to my mother and say, what is Allison's husband's name?
His name is Rodney.
Rodney?
Yeah, I know, right? It's like just one of those names.
All right.
He kind of seems like one of those guys. Yeah.
Yeah. No, she sort of nods and she's like, I honestly always got like a really weird and bad vibe from him. Like Allison too, but he was different and I didn't know why. But thankfully he didn't come around a lot.
So you thought, oh, I'll help him out anyway. That's a good choice, Mom. Good choices all around. And I just walk into the lab.
You head into the lab. Does everybody follow her?
Yes.
I follow her while I fake adjusting my tie, going, no respect, no respect.
Fantastic. So this.
All right, Rodney Dangerfield.
This lab looks fairly standard as far as scientific laboratories go, from the little knowledge that you all have of them.
Hey, I've been on that table.
No, this is not the medical room. This is the
Oh,
lab.
not that one? Okay.
The medical room is the last room that you all haven't been in yet.
Gotcha.
So within this lab, there are shelves upon shelves of vials and different things like that. There is a large table in the middle that sort of has like the burners built into it and things like that. There are scales out of different kinds, a bunch of cups and cylinders and things like that are out. It looks like whoever was working in here last didn't get to finish whatever they were working on before they left. A couple of shelves on the side of the room have been emptied out. But outside of that, this room is very like cut and dry. There's like a stack of paperwork and some pens laying about. You could see where people have scribbled notes just about different bottles and things that are around the room. When you read through them, it doesn't seem like there's anything super significant to them that would help you all at the very least. But that's about it. Like this, for being a fully stocked lab, seems about as bare bones as it can be.
I'm gonna immediately.
Nothing
turn-
resembling the equation on my tattoo, I guess.
What is it?
Nothing like resembling the chemical makeup from my tattoo.
Give me give me a medicine check.
Medical. Okay, D10. That's a 3.
Fantastic. Not that you can tell.
I'm
Right.
going to turn straight to my mother and say, is there anything important in here that any of us needs?
I don't know. Honestly.
Take a look, take a lap.
Well, you can see Riley sort of starts walking her around the room, and she's looking around, and she goes, I mean, there could be something in here to help Maya, but I don't know what sort of state she's in right now. I don't know if they've done anything at all. There's a lot of stuff that can be made with what's in here, but I don't know.
So I shouldn't bust this room apart, is what you're telling me.
I maybe wouldn't, not yet at least. I get why you would want to, but just in case Maya needs help, I wouldn't.
Are you volunteering to help, Maya?
I absolutely will. If we can find Maya and she needs the help, I will do whatever it takes.
Then let's keep going. Let's find her.
So we will go through the last room.
You all find a door. It is on the other side of the lab. It is steel reinforced, very big rivets in all of it. It easily looks like it could withstand anything. It's not too hard to open. This time, Laura offers it fairly freely. There is a retina scanner right beside the door, and Laura sort of does that nod to Riley, and he drags her over there, and her retinas will open the door. So it slides open.
I'm going to grab Tom's hand before we walk in that room.
I give it a good squeeze.
Team Prom forever. You all watch the door slide open slowly, and at first the room is dark. You can't see anything in it, but the moment who takes the first step in?
I will let Tom choose whether he wants to take the first step in or not.
We walk in together.
All right.
Okay, so you two kind of awkwardly squeeze yourself into this door frame that is made for one person.
I guess I can kind of lead the way in.
Okay, cool.
If it's going to be that narrow, okay.
The minute you two cross the threshold, the lights turn on, and you see a very large room. Most of it is done in white and blues. All of the cabinets are steel silver. There are charts hanging up on the wall. Each has like an accompanying photo of who it's for and things like that. There's a very large medical table, the one you all could see through the window that's currently empty. Beside it is a cart full of vials and syringes and things like that. The machines are sort of pushed over to the side, not currently in use. And on a table over in the far corner that resembles the one in the middle of the room lays Maya. And she's currently, at least looks to be, unconscious.
I just turn to Riley and just let him know to take Mom over there.
Riley takes your mom over to Maya's table, and she sort of looks at both of you and goes, I kind of need my hands.
I'll pop her zip ties and I'll be like, Riley, you still have your handcuffs on you, don't you?
He nods.
That's okay. A priest never has just one pair of zip ties.
True.
He
Don't ask questions.
He sort of like directs your mom's arms to be in front of her and then handcuffs them together. And goes, that's enough mobility. Do what you gotta do. She just sort of looks at you both and nods, and she starts to examine Maya as best she can. It'll probably take her a few minutes though, so if there is other things you all would like to do while she does that.
I'm gonna look and see if there are charts for Maya somewhere in the room.
Yeah,
Yes.
give me investigation.
6 on 10.
Great.
Sorry, 11 on a 12.
I'm gonna stand near Maya just to be ready to provide any kind of like actual magical healing if there's a need for it.
Oh,
Got it,
Good
got
man.
it. So you all look at Maya's chart. It gives out all of her detailing, her full name, her birthday. It gives both of the names of her parents. It gives a list of a few medical things that she's had done that don't seem to be testing related. A spinal surgery, and a couple of other small things. The next page on her chart sort of details a lot of the testing that she's been put through. It seems that it started at about the time she was 6. They first started off with really small things, like very small dosages of white bite that would maybe it seems the goal at least was to only wipe out, maybe an hour, things like that. They progressively seemed to get worse as she got older with what they were doing. All of a sudden, they would be wiping huge chunks of time, but not necessarily noting it for her pin. So her pin would stay the same, but she wouldn't have the memory that equated to it. There's a chart off to the side, like is sort of stapled to another piece of paper that has the exact dosages for Maya specifically for certain amounts of time. So like give her this much for 3 days and things like that. It also seems that at one point they had tested Maya for the plague that had wiped out the town, and she came back positive. This seemed to be a few months prior to right now, but it is noted they gave her a dose of the antidote that is tattooed on Tom. She also has had some other small experimental things done, and it looks like she may have even received the same drug that they gave Riley at the police station that gave her back some of the time that she lost.
Is there anything recent in here?
The last thing that's recorded is that she was given a dose to wipe her memory of the last week, and that was just about 24 hours ago.
damn.
That's like all of our time.
I'm immediately going to go over to my mother and hand her the chart and point to the bottom and say, "What do you need? We will go get it from the other room."
Okay, so there's on the table in the middle, there was something that was started already. If you can finish it, I can give it to her and it will fix that.
Can you finish it?
Yes, I can. I gotta warn you though, she's not breathing very well. I think Allison slipped her something else and didn't tell me because she's not. According to what's on that chart, that is the last thing I gave her. The thing that's at the bottom of the chart is the last dose I did, but she shouldn't be reacting this way.
If she's not breathing, then I'm gonna hit her with that immediately.
I'm
Healing
gonna
helper.
turn to Allison.
As someone experienced with drugs, I step in and try to start trying to diagnose what she might be on.
I've got 2 questions left. I'm gonna turn to Allison. And
While you're doing this, Calvin, roll for healing helper for me.
as I
Hot dang, 10.
Heck yeah, we love to see it.
point out, where it says that she was given the dose 24 hours ago, and I'm going to say, what else did you do to her?
This is Allison.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Calvin, you hit her with that healing helper. She's still unconscious, but you see Maya heave like this super deep breath that literally lifts her chest off of the exam table. She collapses back down so hard though. her breathing is better, but it is not great. But she at Laura is breathing shallowly now on her own.
Your daughter is going to die if you do not tell me what you did.
They didn't believe me. Laura and Rodney didn't believe me. I had the answer, and no one believed me. And I took the only route that I knew that I had, and it was Maya.
Answer to what?
I'm going to ask you the exact same question that I just asked you to answer. What did you do to her?
I gave her something that we hadn't necessarily figured out yet. And you see your mother is in shock. We were looking for a way to restore memories, because, you know, sometimes you just wipe a bit too much. And we got it right for the most part. Riley and Maya have both had it, and they have had no adverse side effects, and it was fine. But we hadn't figured out how to restore big periods of time yet. We couldn't successfully do more than a couple of weeks. And so I played around with some things. And your mother immediately starts to yell. You had no right. I've worked on this for years, and you knew it wasn't stable. You knew that she could die. And Allison goes to defend herself and says, I knew it, but it was for the greater good. There was too much at stake. We needed to move quickly. And Laura said, you didn't have to move quickly enough to kill your child. We had enough time. We could have figured this out the right way. And I have not always agreed with you, but I have gone along with your plans because there was too much on the line for me. But this is too fucking far.
Tell her how to fix it, or your daughter is dead. That's not a question. I'm just pointing that out right now.
It is not a question. It is not a question. Allison looks at Maya laying on this table, breathing very shallowly, and has been bought some time thanks to Calvin's quick thinking. And she says that it is everything he needs out on the table. It should work as long as you just essentially you take the antidote to whitebite and you cut it with the memory restorer that we made. If you do it in the right dosages, everything will work. I left all the plans out there. They're there.
Calvin, will you stay with Maya?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna start to walk into the lab with my mom, and I'm literally dragging Allison with me. And I'm gonna say, like, I'm just gonna go to where everything is and say, talk her through this.
You do that. Allison starts to talk your mom through what she needs to do. And in this moment, we are going to turn to Faith's assignment. I need everyone to roll initiative. I will roll. Actually, no. Quinn, you are going to roll on behalf of your mother. I will roll on behalf of Allison.
Okay, I rolled a nat 20.
And that will be for yours.
And an 18.
Okay. So, Quinn got a 20. Because it was nat, unless somebody else also gets a nat 20, you will be going first. You said your mom got an 18?
Yes.
Okay. Calvin?
I got a numbers. How am I blanking on this? What's added to it? Nothing.
Nothing off the top, but you can use it to get
That's right.
traditionally you would use it to get ahead of enemies. I will say in this situation, Laura is acting as your ally, so you cannot use it
Yeah.
to get ahead of Laura. Allison is also going to act on Laura's initiative as they are acting in partnership to fix this.
Okay.
So the two of them will work together.
So 18 then, since there's no really. Wait, change it.
I will say I will let you roll ahead of one person in this situation, and that is Maya. Because Maya will have an initiative spot in this phase assignment, even though she is unconscious, because she will be making throws to try to stay alive. Those will happen on her initiative. So if any of you would like to get ahead of Maya, I will allow for that. It shouldn't be too hard because Maya got a 12.
Oh, well,
Okay,
Tom
I'm
got
good
a
then.
15.
Okay.
Don't
Calvin,
forget,
what did you say you got?
Sparks give you 5 power points back.
Yes, Sparks do give you 5 power points back. Currently, Quinn has 1, but Tom and Calvin each have 2. Calvin, what was your initiative again?
18.
18. Cool. And Tom.
15 for Tom.
Okay, cool. So everybody got ahead of Maya naturally, so there's nothing to fix there. So this is how this is going to go. Quinn, you are over in the lab with your mom, with Allison, and with Riley. Tom, you are wherever you choose to be in this situation because you're the only one that had not yet announced your location when I called for Fate's assignment. So did you go with Quinn or did you stay with Calvin and Maya?
Like, are they not in a certain part of this room?
Like 2 separate rooms.
They're in 2 separate rooms. So the lab is one room, and then connected to that is the medical examination room.
That's the room where I'm in.
Okay, so you are with Calvin and Maya.
Yes.
So Calvin, this is the order that we will be going in. Quinn goes first. Calvin, what is your never mind, I have that in front of me. Your finesse is a D6. Laura's is a D8. So Laura and Allison will go in front of you. Then Calvin. Then Tom. And then Maya. On your turn, you may take we're going to try this too. This is something that Kylie and I talked about today, and it may end up being the actual way that this is run in the book. We're going to do 2 actions and a movement as opposed to 3 actions. This way, it just makes everything a little bit clearer.
Cool.
So that's what you get to have. You can take a movement if you choose to. You absolutely do not have to if you do not want, and up to 2 other actions. For all intents and purposes, all of the spells and things in your own possession all count as 1 action.
Does speaking talk as an count as an action?
Speaking only counts as an action if you need to have a conversation.
Okay.
So if it is a full-out conversation that has answers to it, then yes, that's an action. If it is you just shouting into the void, not a conversation, therefore it's not an action.
I love shouting into the void.
Okay.
I know you did.
So Quinn is going to look at both her mother and Allison and say, fix this, and go immediately into the other room.
Okay.
So there's my movement.
Yep.
I'm going to go over to Maya because I also have Healing Helper.
Okay.
So I am going to Healing Helper her. That is an 11.
Alrighty.
And then
So as you healing helper for Maya, you once again see her take this big deep breath. Her eyes never open, but her whole body convulses off of the table and then slams back down as hard as it can. Her breathing is less shallow than it was before, but it's still very rickety. It's like every time she attempts to breathe, something stops her.
Can I examine her?
Yeah, if you'd like, that's totally fine.
Yeah.
You're gonna need to make a medicine check for me.
Yeah, I know. Oh, that's not bad. I got a D12 on that one. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that is a 10 on a 12.
That'll work. So you look over Maya. Her
Even like specifically like look and see if I can see in her airway or like.
From what you can see, it looks like her airway it's not completely closed, but it definitely looks very tight. It looks like it may be at least contributing to why she can't breathe very well. You can see areas of her skin, especially around her face and neck, are she looks very pale overall, but like there are splotches almost of like blue and purple, the way your body gets when you are losing oxygen very quickly and are unable to keep getting it. She like her veins look purple to black almost, and it seems to be spreading very quickly.
And then because it doesn't count as an action, I'm gonna say we need to get her oxygen now.
Okay, then that is your turn. We then go to Laura and Allison. They are going to make a roll to see how quickly they can work on this. They also obviously get 2 actions and a movement. They will not need to use their movement. Allison is still tethered to you, but that tether has been let out a little bit to let her stay in the other room.
Yeah, I unwrapped it a bit.
Undo the knot.
Yes, I'm sure she appreciates that. So they are going to do a check to see how well they can do with that.
Cat, you're my favorite.
Love it.
Allergic reaction to Allison. So that is going to be a 9 on the D12. So they are communicating back and forth fairly well. Allison keeps detailing the different things that Lauren needs. It seems that Allison was wrong in one thing. Not everything that Laura needs is out where she can readily grab it. Allison is not as well gifted in these things as your mother. Allison was a very intelligent woman, but she didn't know all the moving parts that were needed to make something like this work, which is how she convinced your mother to help her so many years ago. So Laura is inevitably trying to fix Allison's mistake. Allison went too far with an idea that they had and discussed, and that Laura had deemed too dangerous to continue with at this time. She had essentially said that while she thought it was possible eventually, that it was something that they would need to work on a lot to make possible in a safe way, and Allison wasn't ready to take that answer. So she went for the one person that she knew she could try something on, which was her own kid. So with the 9 out of 12, I will say that they were able to do part of what they needed. For those of you that are familiar, I have a clock going in the background for how quickly they can make this and get it to work correctly. So I will say with that knot, they are able to fill up a section of the clock. And they, Laura rather, will take that second action to find what she needs off of the shelves. Allison is helping, but she can't grab anything. So she's like looking and sort of is going to alert Laura if she finds it. So I'm going to make luck rolls for the both of them. And it looks like your mom is able to spot it and grab it off of the shelf. That takes their 2 actions. And I'll also sort of let their movement be looking on the shelves because they have to move around the room for that. But that is Laura and Allison's turn, and that takes us to Calvin.
Trying to think. There's something I could use to like keep her airway open, or I don't know if that's what's stopping her from breathing. Because we only have so much resources to hit her with healing. She's actively dying every moment.
Is there any like oxygen in the room? Like, are there
Yeah, or in the other
tanks
room even.
or-
You can certainly try to look. Give me
Shit.
an observation roll.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought about a tracheotomy.
I am. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm sitting here like pacing through that right now.
I need to take a moment. I'm so glad. I just threw my die accidentally over toward a very concrete floor, and it was a very expensive gem die,
Oh no!
but it got
Ooh.
caught by a box that had a piece of cloth in it.
Thank goodness.
So it was almost just shattered, and I was
Look,
very
dice-
upset.
What
Dice
you
But it
get
didn't
breaking
for
is like an utmost
fancy
tragedy.
die.
I picked it up, and it was like,
Be like me, only have cheap ones.
I should do that.
Bullshit,
shiny
you will
math
never
rock.
do
I
that.
really want fancy gems
Observation,
dice.
right?
I won't lie to you. Yes,
Shiny math
Oh,
rocks.
shit.
shiny therapy math rocks.
That's only a 4 on a 10.
Can I
I'll
give
blow a
him
spark on
help
that to reroll it. I don't
action?
like that.
I will let you give him the help action if you sacrifice an action on your turn.
Okay,
Okay.
So then, yes, you can have the help action roll.
don't spend your spark.
God, that's only a 6 on a 10. That's not too much better.
I'll say with a 6, you remember spotting a emergency, like an emergency tank, but it's 2 rooms away. It's back in security.
Yeah.
You figure that maybe it had just gotten brought in recently and that nobody had bothered to move it yet because they didn't see a reason that it would be needed.
So they left it in the security room.
I mean, the security room leads to everywhere.
This is a poorly run lab.
I mean, take it up with Allison. She's already dead.
I
Like,
am.
think she's really going to
Why do
care
you
about
think I'm
customer
keeping
service.
her around?
I do
Making
like
her
that
afterlife
suggestion.
hell.
But Calvin went to seminary, not to medical school, so a Drake with a pen probably is not a good call.
I'm just saying.
Stranger Things have happened.
I've
Also
watched
obligatory
enough medical dramas.
seminary.
Hey, Tom can
It had
do
to
a
be
lot
done.
with his little manicure kit. Just saying.
Yeah, that's definitely more Tom's field than Calvin's.
Including tracheotomies.
God, that's
might
so far,
try.
3 rooms away.
Essentially, your movement would get you from this room
You are correct.
into
That
the
is
lab
what
room.
all the medical shows do.
It
That's
is.
why I also thought about we could do a tracheotomy, but then I was like, maybe not.
Your movement would get you from this room to the lab. Since
You've only done one action, so if you wanted to
Yeah.
blast her with a spell before you moved, you could do that.
I was thinking about that, yeah.
Oh, don't
Yeah,
worry, I've
it's only
still got my
one.
flask of booze. We're good.
It's 1 PowerPoint. I'll do that. I'll hit her with a spell and then start moving and just say, I'm getting the oxygen.
okay. So you hit her with that. Roll for that for me.
Don't do that to me. 4 total. Gross. Not good.
You see, Maya sort of looks like she takes a breath in. It's kind of hard to tell. Her body doesn't convulse or anything this time, but it almost looks like she's trying to breathe in a little bit, but it almost immediately gets exhaled from her body.
Well, I'm out of actions anyway, so I'm going to just start moving toward that oxygen now.
Okay, so you
I mean,
take
now
your
to be
movement.
fair, before she's had a turn, she has been hit with 15 HP.
She has been.
So just putting that out there in big picture.
I'm keeping track.
Okay.
I am keeping track.
I love
Okay.
that we're having a very intense medical discussion in the chat right now.
So that is the end of Calvin's turn. We now go to Tom. So Tom, you and Quinn are currently here with Maya. Calvin is over in the lab with Riley, Laura, and Allison.
All right. Does it look like a trach will do any good in this situation?
Give me a medical check.
All right.
Why don't you ask my
D10.
mom?
Okay, that was a 9 on a D10.
From what you can tell, a lot of what seems to be happening with Maya from your experience with drugs, you would probably be able to tell that this is somewhere between what you think is an allergic reaction and an overdose.
I'm using a spark to pull out Narcan.
I was gonna say, ask my mom what an EpiPen would do.
So you use a spark.
Don't put anything in her system before you ask. Please, 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 please.
I will let you use the spark to pull out essentially what would be a equivalent to Narcan. There is no way to tell if this alone will fix the problem. At least not with the knowledge that you have.
I yell out to Quinn's mom, hey, think this might help at all? And I'm holding it above her.
Laura sort of peeks through the doorway and goes, it won't fix it. It may help, but this isn't like normal like drugs that you overdose on. That this is all experimental stuff that no one in the world knows about outside of these four walls. So I honestly could not tell you what that will do to her. With that, because that was a conversation, that also counts as an action. So would you like to move anywhere?
Not really.
Okay. That's more than fine. That's the end of your round. That means that we're on to Maya. So, for this, how we are going to let this work is Maya's character dice is a D10. I will roll this D10.
Oh, did I ever use a second action?
You did a medical check and had a conversation.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. So I will roll this D10 for Maya. What will happen is she will get a +2 because you successfully casted Healing Helper on her twice. She has a certain DC to meet or beat. If she beats it, she stays alive. If she is able to hit a 10, she will essentially gain the benefits of a Healing Helper without anybody expending a spell slot on her. She has to keep making these until somebody is able to successfully give her what Laura and Allison are making. So, here's number 1. All right, cool. So, she was not able to roll a 10, but she does get a total of a 10. So she's stable for now. You see her sort of shallowly taking breaths. Her eyes are moving behind her eyelids, so you can tell that there's some sort of brain activity there, but you can't be sure of what. And that is all that is all Maya is able to do on her turn because she is unconscious. And with that, we go back to the top of initiative order, which is with Gwen.
Okay. I
Your mother and Allison at this point is sort of just standing watching Laura intently. Laura is taking different beakers and graduated cylinders of things, and they're
Oh, I was
Just-
muted. I'm so
Oh.
sorry.
no, you're
Um,
fine. You go ahead and repeat.
I rolled a 9 on a healing helper. I moved to the door between the two rooms, and I asked my mom, like, time frame, like, how are we doing? What's going on?
Your mom is rushing around pouring things from beakers into graduated cylinders, just sort of mixing a lot of things. You see her sort of make this purple bubbling concoction, and she shouts back to you, I just need a few minutes. I think it's almost done though. Just keep her stable a little bit longer.
Okay, please hurry.
Okay. With that, we go back to Laura and Allison. I am going to go ahead and roll for both of them. Yep, that's what I need. All right, cool. So with their turn, Allison and Laura are talking about
Look,
the
I'll
different.
still take a shoddy miracle over no miracle.
Fair enough. They sit and talk while Laura places this on or over top of a Bunsen burner, and you sort of watch it bubble and steam. It's a violet colored liquid that you can see bubbles forming at the bottom of and sort of floating up through itself. It seems to be making like a sizzling, hissing sort of sound over heat. You honestly can't tell how much your mom has put in it, but it seems like a lot. And Allison is mostly talking about how she wouldn't have understood to put things like that together. And your mother just keeps going, I know. That's why you did this.
It's
and
because
that's
you're a
why-"
horrible mother.
Yep, my kid said it. My
You
kid's
both
right.
have a lot in common.
I deserve that. And she sits there with it while it does its thing. It's going to need to do it for a little bit though, because that was both of their actions to be able to finish that and put it over top of the Bunsen burner. So it will need to stay there for this round. But that does fill in more of the clock. So that part is working for you all. They obviously are not going to need to take their action. They're not leaving something over flame like that. Calvin, your turn, bud.
I'm going to move as far as I can to get back to that oxygen tank.
Okay, so you can move all the way into security.
Okay.
With your two actions, is there anything that you would like to do?
Well, I've
It
got to
is-
pick it up with one.
Okay, so picking it up with
I'm
one.
assuming.
Yes. Fair.
Just
You
like
can-
overhead press that oxygen tank.
I mean, you know, why not? I will say that if you would like to with your next action, I would allow you. It is on like it's one of the ones that's like on wheels. It's like one of the bigger
Hmm.
tanks, like on wheels and stuff. So if you would like to um, try to get that into the next room, even though you can't necessarily get yourself to the next room. I would allow for that.
Just push it real hard, sure. Anything I need to get back faster. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. We can do that. So you go ahead and push it as far as you can. It clears the doorway and sort of rolls up to the desk where Laura is working. So that is your full round. Hey, Tom, what you want to do?
I'm standing there thinking, I don't do much for all this mystical stuff. I can kind of cast gun. I can do a manicure set tracheotomy. I have a little bit of Narcan on me, but this is a little out of my league. So I'm here to offer assistance to anything and everything that's going on.
Can a medical check help stabilize someone?
If this were from something like, say, a stab wound, I would say yes. But this is not that.
Like only half of CPR?
Just punch her in the chest really hard.
Not that part.
Sure. If you would like to make a medical check to do like a form of CPR, I will allow for that. It's not going to give her
Don't
the same
do
kind
the
of help.
pushes, just the breathing.
Yeah, it will essentially give her the same kind of help that Healing Helper would for the two of them.
Yes.
Because you are non-magical.
As Brian said, just the R, not the C or the P, just the R.
Just the R. Okay, I'm rolling for just the R.
Great.
And that was a 7 on a 10 for just the R.
Awesome. So you are able to get some. You're able to help her breathe a little bit. It's definitely not as much as Healing Helper would. There is no like big chest. I've forgotten the word that I've been using this entire time.
Compression?
Yes, thank you. There is no like very big reaction, but being so close to her, you can feel that the amount that she's trying to breathe is a little bit better than it was earlier. She sounds less like she's wheezing and more like what is coming in and out, although it's not very deep, sounds more consistent.
Okay, and can I give my other action as assistance to her for her next roll?
You absolutely can.
That's my man.
I will absolutely let you use the help action to do that for her. So now we're back to Maya. So again, we're going to do a D10.
So does she get a +3 this time?
She does. She gets a +3 and she gets to roll with favor.
Nice.
For that. So with that one, that would be an 8 total. And that would be a 10 total. So yeah, Maya's still good for right now. You can again see the movement behind her eyes as she's maybe remembering things, maybe dreaming. You really can't tell. But she is breathing well enough that it seems that she's okay for the moment.
And with that, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break so we can take a quick bio break. Everybody go get a drink, get a snack.
Go do all the things.
Go relieve yourselves. We will be back in just a moment, okay?
Yep. We'll be back.
See you soon. Every time, guys, I take the audio off mute, and every time somebody clears their throat real loud.
Hi, we're back.
We're back.
And we're getting right back into the thick of things.
Don't worry, I got more wine.
Got what?
More wine.
Oh, okay, good. I'm so glad that you have what you need to get through the rest of this game.
I do. I also got candy.
Love that for you.
It is. Do you know why? Because I get glasses that are close to the size of my head because it fits so much wine. Also, Henry is running around like a maniac right now.
We're really sorry.
I can't hear it.
Sometimes he
I can't hear him.
there have been times where I've been setting up for Avatar and he does this and everybody in the call is like, what's happening? And I'm like, it's my dog. And they're like, that's not a dog. Like, that sounds not a dog. And I'm like,
That's a
"It's
Henry. Trust me.
It's a Henry. That's what he sounds
Once you meet a Henry, you know it's a Henry.
All right, we're getting back into the thick of things, everybody.
All right,
Ended at the end of a round, which means we are back to the top of initiative order.
my
with
turn.
Quinn.
Um.
Go.
Okay, so I'm going to.
That's a dire wolf.
He
correct.
is a direwolf. Fun fact: I've been rewatching Game of Thrones, which may also be why I'm drinking so much wine recently because I'm just Cersei Lannistering everywhere.
No,
Anyway.
you're not. You're doing stuff.
You're right. I'm being Tyrion. I drink and I know things. I'm going to go. Use my movement.
Okay.
Go healing helper. Maya.
Okay.
What does that say? Ooh, a 6 and a 4. That's a 10. It's not the best, but it's not bad. And then I'm going to have a yelling conversation with my mother. Actually, because Allison isn't really helping right now, I'm going to yank her to the door. And I'm going to... It's okay, Brian. You and Mallory are going to watch Game of Thrones. Because you both have to watch Game of Thrones. Because I said
At
so.
some point.
Just skip it at this point,
Shut
honestly.
your mouth, Brian.
Exactly.
There's
I
better
love it.
TV.
There
Wrong
is.
order.
I'm not saying there's not better TV, but I love it. So shut up. Anyway,
The dire wolf's back at it again. It's alright. Just
he's
keep it
trying to
going.
get downstairs. So I'm gonna yank Allison to the doorway.
Okay.
And I'm gonna look at her and say, "Your daughter is dying. Everything you have planned so far has done nothing but cause harm. And almost literal death. And actual death. Not only yourself, but the people that are supposed to be helping you. So I'm going to ask you this once. And I want an honest answer from you. Or I swear to God I will let your daughter die. What fail-safes do you have in place, and how do we stop them?
Rodney knows that if something were to happen, such as my death, the plan was to start from scratch again.
You just set the town on fire?
Yep.
How do I stop it?
If he's already been here, which I think he has been because he smashed the computer, then he's already on his way. The plan was to set fire in a few key points in town and let it spread.
Fuck. Riley hasn't had any actions.
That's fair. I don't know how I didn't give him actions, but I didn't. I just completely left Riley out of this.
Can I choose some actions for Riley?
Yes, I will let you choose actions for Riley.
Okay.
This is your third round, so what I'll do is I will roll. Okay, Riley is going to come in at the bottom of initiative order. You can, at this very moment, choose 2 actions for Riley to catch him up to the rest of you.
Okay.
Or
Obviously,
2 sets of actions, rather.
obviously he heard that.
Yes.
So I want him to make a call into the police station and let them know what's going on.
Okay.
Call Richards.
Okay.
And let him know what's going on.
Okay, so that's 1 set of his actions.
Yes.
He needs another set of actions.
And then I want him. Would calling into the police station and putting a bolo out be the same thing? That'd technically be the same thing, wouldn't it? Because, like, by him calling into the station saying that Rodney's going to set fireplaces, that they'd probably.
Okay, yeah, I'll allow for it to work like that. I will say that Riley calls into the police station to let them know what's happening, and an officer there puts out the actual like
Bolo.
APB.
Okay, that's what I figured. Okay. Then he is going to call Paul.
Okay.
And let Paul know what's going on. And then he's going to call Teddy and let Teddy know what's going on.
Teddy is with Richards, though, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, they're together.
Oh,
So
okay.
Technically, if he's called Richards, then Teddy would.
Okay. He's going to call Bella.
Okay.
And let Bella know
Fuck
what's
yeah.
going on.
Fuck yeah.
Okay. Riley makes all of those phone calls. You get a text message on your phone. It is from Bella. It says, "I promise I'll do my best," which seems to be in response to your text earlier to her about protecting the Weavers. Just got the call from Riley. I'm taking the girls and my family. We're headed to the town line.
Oh, God. But you can't get out.
She can't yet.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay. I just fire back a quick. Just don't cross the line.
She just sends you back the thumbs up emoji.
Okay, cool. I just don't want her to be like, okay, we can leave now.
Just all caps. Don't cross it.
Don't cross that line.
Okay, so Riley is now all caught up to the rest of you.
Cool.
You have had the conversation with Allison. Did you use your other action?
Yes, I did healing helper on my.
Yes, you did.
Technically,
Yes, you did.
that is the 5th question. Now, it never says that they disappear after I ask the final question. So I could keep her around until we finish this potion thing. I called it a potion. Antidote.
Antidote? I will say, for the purposes of this, when writing that, my thought process was that they would disappear immediately after their 5th question. But
Can I
this
keep
is
a
sort
hold
of-
on her?
yeah, it was. This is a bit different. because Allison has an emotional stake in what is happening. Versus when I wrote that, it was the idea that it was just a
Random
rando
ghost.
spirit. So I will say, for the purposes of this, that Allison can stay around for now, at least.
Okay.
Okay, but that is your action. Laura and Allison are gonna make another attempt at this. Okay, much like anybody would suspect, Allison failed, but Laura did not. So, Laura takes that off of the Bunsen burner as it's still bubbling and hot. She puts on these gloves after she's taken it off with some, different equipment, so she doesn't actually have to touch a flaming hot beaker. She slips on some gloves and starts to mix in a couple of other small batches of vials that she grabbed off of the shelf. The color turns from like a deep violet to almost ultramarine blue. And you see like bits and pieces of what almost looks like smoke in the bottom of the beaker as she swirls everything around. She looks at you and says, it'll just be one more minute. I swear it's almost done. And she goes back to her work. She again is going to forego using her movement because she doesn't need it. At least not yet. And with that, that is the end of the two of them. So, Calvin.
Yo.
It's your turn.
I'm going to move that oxygen as far back as I can.
Okay, cool. You can move yourself into the lab, but you can use the
I plan
same
to,
action
Brian.
you did
I plan
before. What did you say?
to. I said I plan to, Brian. I plan to.
You can take the same action you did before to launch it into the lab, to launch it into the medical bay. So the oxygen has now made it to the same room Maya is in. You are currently in the lab. Is there another action that you would like to take?
If I'm
You can always look for a mask.
shit, yeah, I assumed there would be one on it, but that's not
Oh, yeah, there
necessarily
is.
going to be the case. Oh, is there? Okay.
Yeah, there's
Okay,
one
never
on it.
mind.
It's got everything. It's got the tank with all of the tubes and stuff already hooked up, and the mask wrapped around it, sort of like on a small post sticking out of the metal dolly that it sits on. It is prepped and ready for emergency. It just maybe wasn't in the room that it should have been. But no one figured it would be needed at this point. So
Gotcha. Well, I can get it in with one action.
Yep.
Then can I move into that same room and put it on her with the rest?
you used your movement to get from security to
Oh, okay.
the lab. So you don't have movement left, but you have an action left. So you could make a check of any kind. You can have a conversation with anyone you want.
Can you hand it off?
He's already pushed it into the medical room. Like, he launched it. He just like
Yeah,
pushed
if
the
you're in there
dolly.
with her, I'm gonna say heads up.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I can take it over.
Yeah. Just let Quinn take over for that at the moment, at least.
So you want to forego your second action, which is totally fine. You do
No.
not have to take it.
I don't know that there's anything really that I could do in the meantime that's gonna be
Can you use it as a help action?
helpful.
For some-
Yeah,
Somebody?
you can use it as a help action if you'd like.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't. Can that just be like held for the future then, or because no one needs help at the moment?
Well, it can be held for whoever needs the help action next. So, like, if
Okay, sure, yeah,
Tom goes directly after you.
right.
Hours without
That'll work.
sleep, if only I narrated it that way. That'd be funny. I should have made you roll for it. Then if you failed it, it broke the valve off and it became a rocket that just like zoomed
Oh,
around
God.
the room. That would have been great. All right,
He
that's
very
how-
carefully rolled it.
You just like push real hard. It's fine. Tom, it is yours next.
I go to intercept the oxygen.
Okay, cool. You can do that fairly easily. The man has just launched it into the other room. So you, I will say it
position.
is your movement to sort of meet it at the door and take it back to Maya, but I have a feeling that's kind of the only movement you need for this round.
Okay.
Unless you have some big plan that I'm not aware of.
I don't.
Great. I love
I'm trying
that.
to administer the oxygen once I get it there.
Lovely.
Just got that Narcon on standby just in case.
Fantastic. Just
Stuff it in the mask and then put it on.
Just in case.
Give it a few pumps, you know.
So you take it over. I'm assuming your action is going to be to use it on Maya, like to put the mask on her.
Yeah, to get to
He's
to put the
gonna
mask
take
on and,
some
like, all that
deep
stuff, yeah.
meditative breaths first, and then put it on.
Then, you know, it's like that one
Like,
movie
one
where
for the
she's like,
doctor,
look, yeah,
one for you.
yeah,
One for the doctor, one for you.
yeah. Okay, go ahead and roll me a medical check with favor then,
Okay.
because you now have an
Oh, that's an
oxygen mask that you
8
don't-
and an 8 on
Drew,
defense.
just so
Great,
you
I
know,
like that.
you now have a second hashtag for this game.
Narcan Guncaster. let's go.
Hashtag Narcan Guncaster.
If I don't see it on Twitter after this game, I'm going to be disappointed, Drew.
You've got Team Quam and Narcan Guncaster.
Okay. So you do that. Maya, for the first time since all of this has started, she seems to at least be able to take a normal sized breath. It is not deep, but it is a normal breath that is consistent and not like she's wheezing and gasping for air as you hold the oxygen mask over her. I will say that for this round, for second action, if you would like her to continue to get oxygen, either needs to be you are keeping a hold of it on her face, or that you put the strap that normally is on a mask on her.
I'll definitely put the little strap on there to hold the mask there.
Okay, cool. All right, so that's Tom.
That way I can like do something else next round.
Can Ryan's help action be for Maya's role?
Yeah, if he would like to use it for that, that's totally fine.
Sure. Why not?
Is Riley before or after Maya?
After.
Okay.
He rolled so low that even if he had added any of his stats, he wouldn't have been able to be here. All right, so the highest that Maya was able to get on that was a 9, but that's enough. So she is going to stay stabilized for right now. So Maya is good to go. Riley will take his action, or take his turn rather. He is going to. What is Riley going to do?
I've got some ideas.
Lovely. We'd love to hear them. You go ahead and suggest what your brother should do.
Okay. I want him to get on like whatever our social media platform is live,
Fuck.
and I want him to be broadcasting them creating the antidote, and then I want him to use his movement to walk to the door to show Maya with the oxygen mask on. And then I want him to turn it back on himself and explain what's going on, so that anyone who tunes in knows. and that they need to be on the lookout for Rodney Changeland because he will be setting fires to the town. And since no one can leave the town, everyone is in danger. So everyone needs to be on the lookout for this man and any suspicious situations.
So, you yell out to Riley to broadcast this, and he pulls out his phone.
Gets on Click Clock.
Yes, he's on Click Clock.
Click Clock Live.
Click Clock Live. And he goes ahead and turns on the recording. He starts by panning the shelves of all of these chemicals, goes around to see your mother working on what is possibly the only thing that is going to save Maya's life. Kind of even combing through her chart to show, like, these are all the things that they've been doing. He comes into the next room, and the camera sees the two of you standing with Maya as she is fighting for her life. Patches of blue and purple still staining her skin. It almost looks like the creeping black that's going through her veins is getting closer and closer to her face and up her neck. You can see the oxygen mask on her, and every once in a while she does one of those big convulsions where she almost lifts herself off of the table. She's trying so hard to breathe. As that happens, comments come flooding in from people. The little bubbles that pop up with every comment are flying past. They're literally so fast that Riley can't keep up with them to read. But parts of them seem horrified that anything like this is happening. Some of them are recognizing Maya and asking what has happened to her, asking if there was some sort of accident or anything like that. Some people seem to recognize you two, or recognize that it's Riley's account, and are asking, are the police on their way? Like, do we need to call the police? Things like that. And
if you want to, you can transition into me if you want.
Yeah, eventually, the comments, while a majority of them are still concentrated on what is actually happening in the video, some of them start to mention fires that have already started burning around town.
Jesus.
Shit.
And with that, we will move into Gwen's turn.
Okay. The first thing I'm going to do is touch Maya and healing help her.
Okay, cool. Roll for it.
That one's only an 8. And then the next thing I will do is I will take Riley's phone and I will run down what the situation is. I will say that the police have been notified. The authorities have all been notified. This started from the top down with Allison Changeland, that every time you get wiped, it's being more and more detrimental to your health. They started testing on children, just letting everything out. I will even sell my mom out. I will say that right now she's working on an antidote to try and save Maya's life, but this was all done by Allison Changeland and her husband. And right now what needs to be done is everyone needs to try and safely fight the fires if they can assist. Otherwise they need to try and help people get away from those locations, and to just band together as a community so that hopefully we can overcome this evil, and dismantle this system that has been in place for far too long.
So with that, the comments that keep flooding in, some of them are still a mix of things. Some people are just jumping in and seeing Maya in the oxygen mask for the first time, and are sort of trying to piece together what's happening based on the other comments that are there, because this is alive and they can't rewind. The others that have just
I just keep repeating the same things over and over.
Yeah, others that have just been hearing your words. Some of them are reporting the different locations around town that they've seen fires at. Some have said that they've uh, been seeing people like going to start putting out fires and things like that. Um, it seems what you can gather from comments that what tag teamers are left, which are not many at this point, that will stay loyal to Rodney, especially after the scares that happened at the church with some of them dying and others running away out of fear. Um, a few of them have stayed loyal to Rodney in order to help carry out the rest of Allison's failsafes. Um, so there have been small fires set with a maximum of, at this point, of a couple buildings burning. Um, Other things being like uh you know different like at the playground there's a fire, and it seems that the toy store is on fire.
I knew it was going to be the toy store.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
those
shit,
sorts
that's
of
two
places.
actions. Damn it.
But that's what everybody's reporting at the moment. So it seems like outside these four walls, people are trying to stop it. You just have no reliable way of knowing how well that's going.
Okay.
And that is Quinn's fourth round. We're back to Laura and Allison. Now, I will let you know they have one section left of their clock. So if
Come on,
one
Mom.
of them can figure this out. Yep, that'll work. Allison once again has no clue what's happening. She's trying her best to like help with things, but your mom just kind of keeps shushing her off, going, Allison, you screwed up. You helped me find what I needed. End of sentence. That's all I needed. Please stop. But your
The
mother,
ghost trying to hand her shit, just dropping things.
your mother has figured it out fairly well, and she very quickly takes what she's made and puts it into a syringe.
Before she sees Maya injected with it, I'm going to step in for just 1 second for narrative.
Okay.
So I have been holding her here.
Yes.
And I'm going to say, you did this to your daughter. And I'm not going to let you see whether you've saved her or not. Because I want you to know for the rest of eternity that there's a chance that your daughter is dead because of you. And this whole community now knows what you did, what your ex-husband did, what your entire government did. And they've now come together to thwart you. I just wanted you to see all of that, like as I turn the phone to her so she can just see this outpouring. And I'm going to say, burn in hell, bitch. And then I'm just going to push her back into the void.
As you say all of that, you see what may be the first signs of emotion that Allison Chamberlain has ever shown, at least in front of you all.
Good.
In this moment, while she listens to your words, but you can tell that she's looking past you. She's staring at Maya on the table. And for a half second, you almost think that may be a tear forming.
She gets no sympathy from me.
Before she has the chance to say a word, she just nods before you push her back into hell. And Allison Chamberlain is gone once again. So, Laura will fill up the syringe and use her movement to get in here, into the medical room with Maya. Maya currently has a couple of just like an IV bag hooked up to her and things like that. So Laura will go ahead and administer that syringe into Maya. It will take until the end of this round for that to fully enter her bloodstream. So we will look at Laura's turn almost as continuous while you all keep going. And with that, that's Calvin's turn.
So we've got her oxygen. Right, is that flowing now? Or 'cause
Yeah,
we've got the mask on her.
yes, oxygen is
Okay.
flowing. Laura has everything and is injecting it into Maya as we speak. You all don't have to take the rest of these turns if you do not want to. But if there is something that you would like to do that has to do with this space, I would probably suggest doing it now if you are able. If you all want to come out of Fate's assignment, that is fine with me.
I'm
It is up to you.
strategizing here. My thought is that, I don't know, maybe my place is more getting out to help organize. If there's already fire springing up, it's
Yeah.
already almost too late, if not already too late.
We need to work on getting the border taken down, the barrier.
Can we do that from here? Do we know yet?
My mom says
Do we
she
know
thinks
anything
she
about that
knows
yet?
how to do it.
Laura will look over at you in this moment while she is still injecting Maya. The border control is here.
Which room?
Not this room, but the lab. I
In the
think,
lab, okay.
I think it may have something to do with the control panel. That's why it's so hard to turn on the TVs. It does like a million things.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly how it works. But I know that Allison had to use magic to be able to control the border. But maybe if there's some sort of magic we can do that has to do with the control panel, I think that might be how we do it. But I don't know that.
She had death magic. Do you know what she used?
No, I don't. And you would know that your mother is not a reaper. Your mother is a hive master, but she's never been one to use it very much because she was always somebody who was very logical about life. So for your mom, magic was never super her strong suit. She just has the ability to use it. You can give me common knowledge if you'd like.
Okay. Yeah, why not? I'll hit it. Could be worse. That's an 8 on a 12.
All right, not bad, not bad, not bad.
Nice. This seems silly. I don't know. That's a lot of points to use.
You use whatever
So we
you
know
want.
it's her like Reaper magic that has to trigger it.
You would suspect so. Allison Changeland, from what you all have learned already, is a dual class Reaper and Creator. Which is where you can assume Maya got her powers from her mother being part Creator. There isn't a ton that makes perfect sense about being just a Creator or just a Reaper that would make that border happen. But you would definitely say that her death magic has to at least be partially responsible.
Just not seeing something I really should have made more use of before, but it's okay. We're good. I can't think of anything I have that would be helpful for that. I'm gonna go back to that room though and start trying stuff, I guess. Start seeing if I can figure out anything about what controls it, so we can bring that down before the whole area burns.
Yeah, cool. I'm gonna
Move
go
as far as
ahead
I
and
can.
say, just because we're running late, which I knew we would tonight anyway, but I'll just take us out of initiative order. So like, whatever order you all want to do without like having to think about your movement cost and all of that, we're just gonna do. So you go ahead and go back to the security room. Go ahead and give me whatever role you would be able to justify to work on this control panel.
To work on it? Oh man.
Could a spell that is supposed to affect a person affect technology?
I'm gonna need you to be more specific about that.
Okay, so I have Touch of Chaos,
You do.
which makes a target take a confused condition,
Yes.
and it does damage as their thoughts become cloudy and snippets of bad memory flood their minds.
Yes.
Is it possible to almost like disrupt the barrier system by causing confusion?
I would not say that this is any sort of AI or anything like that that would easily give like there is no living portion of it that can really be confused. I like where you're going with it though. I like where your head's at.
Okay, hold on. Friend from the dead.
Okay.
Call upon a specific spirit you have encountered before in order to assist in a task they are skilled in or have extra knowledge of. They may stay in the mortal plane for 3 rounds. This may only be used in a combat or fates assignment.
I mean, we just came out of Fate's assignment, and I told you all it was your choice of whether to come out or not, and then I sort of took that choice away from you. The pressure of everything is still on. I'll say that in this moment, I will allow you to use that.
We need that
So we were-
meme.
We're like sort of in Fate's assignment, sort of not. It's fine.
We need that meme of Zach Galifianakis where it's like Kylie trying to exploit wording,
Yes.
I know.
where he's like,
I mean, look, I'm the queen of loopholes, okay?
She is. Why do you think I have her edit my book?
that's a good idea, really.
Yep.
Literally read through it today and I was like, oh, look at all these things I can do.
Yep.
Okay. So, God damn it, it was such a good exit for her.
I mean, there are other people that have worked in this place besides Allison.
But it says a specific spirit.
You also could just be like, hey, I know that was a really profound narrative exit, but
Oh,
I just need
hey,
you to know you
wait,
stole my bitch for
wait.
eternity.
No, hold on. I could just use my ability. Is that you? And just somebody.
You can indeed.
Somebody who has worked the control room.
Yeah, you absolutely can do that. Go ahead and describe for me what you would like that to look like. Maybe a person.
I'm going to focus on the control panel as I am reaching out into the spirit realm to try and call forth someone that is in some way connected to this control panel. So, like, not a specific person, just someone who has a personal connection in some way to this control panel.
Yeah. So as you do that, very slowly a shape begins to
And
form
Allison
in
shows
front of
up.
you. If only. I'll give her the narrative exit that she
Oh,
went
and
out on.
Stitch again.
I'll give her the narrative accident she went out on. A shape starts to form in front of you until finally it seems to be just an older man. He's probably in like his like late 50s, early 60s. He's bald, has a gray mustache, and he's in like a coverall sort of situation. And his name on his name tag is James.
Hello, James. Would you be so kind as to assist me with this control panel?
Sure. What can I do for you exactly? This control panel kind of does a lot of things.
I know. So I know it controls the TVs and some other things like that. I'm specifically trying to lower the barrier that is around the town because someone is currently setting the town on fire trying to murder everyone. So if we can lower that barrier, we can save people.
Yeah. You can probably do that. What that's going to take though is this little part right here, and he like points to the part of the control panel that you hadn't really messed with before because it doesn't look like anything. It looks almost like a speaker. And so he says you're gonna mess with this part right here, and what you're gonna do is a magic user's gotta put their hand on that, and they gotta do like not even like a certain spell. It's just gotta be like a certain like powerful type of spell. I wouldn't know. I was never good at magic. It was just never a thing. And then if you turn this dial like this. And then you got to type in to this thing, you got to type in 3308.
Okay, so I have to do this, and I'm going to put my hand on the speaker. And then is it any magic?
Give me an
Powerful, so-
intuition check.
That is a 9, 10, 11.
Essentially, what you think James probably means by that, although, again, he was never a spellcaster, so he doesn't really know how to put this in words. You would think that he probably means like at least a 3-point spell.
What have we got? All right, cool.
Y'all should have threes. Well, no.
I do.
Tom has level 3 gun.
I got 3 bullets.
All right, let's help from hell this shit. So instead of it shadows emerging around a target to smother it, the shadows are going to go through from my hand into the speaker.
Fantastic. So you do that. The shadows sort of crawl down your arm and in through the very minuscule holes that are in this speaker. And as they do, the speaker itself starts to glow with a bright purple light.
Okay, and then I have to put in the code.
No. First you gotta turn the dial, and then you gotta put in the code. If you do it in the wrong order, it won't work.
Okay. So I gotta turn the dial. So I'm gonna turn the dial.
Yeah, all the way to the left there.
Okay. All the way.
Yep, all the way.
All right.
And then you gotta type in 3308.
And I'm gonna hit 3308.
One of the TVs that at this point is still playing on a loop all of your failed attempts at getting out of town. The TV in the bottommost left corner on the wall in front of you flickers, And when it comes back up, it is now showing the border to town. You can see the sign that you all saw just a couple days before that reads population 3,308, with the bag that you all dug up from underneath that sign still left open on the road where you all left it. And you can see Bella along with her wife and their two children, and Luna and Penelope, all just sitting in a car pulled off to the side, off of the road, just waiting.
Can objects also pass through the barrier, or is it only people who can't pass through the barrier?
While it was up,
Is it officially down?
I mean, there's really no way to check until you test it.
That's why I was asking before, when the barrier was up.
Before it was nothing could pass through the barrier at all.
Okay, so I'm going to yell to Tom, call Bella, and put her on speaker.
Boop.
The phone.
Hey, find a big ass rock and throw it across the border.
The phone rings a few times before you hear Bella on the other end of the line. Hi, Tom, is this your number? One of your sisters told me this might be your number, but I don't have it saved.
Yeah, this is me. We might have the
Bella,
border down, so throw something across.
Oh, okay. Can do. You hear her, like, in sort of a muffled thing, like she's covered the speaker of the phone, tell everyone else to stay in the car. And she gets out, and you see her on the monitor get out of the car. She sort of, she looks around, but there are no rocks or anything. But what she does spot is in that bag, you
There's a
all left
book.
the journal. Yeah, you all left the book that Audrey and Kat had written in. So she takes that and sort of frisbee tosses it towards the border. It falls and hits the line, but nothing happens to it.
So it crosses it?
It literally lands like directly on the line. So it seems like whatever touches the line isn't getting hurt anymore like it was before.
Is there?
Not yet.
Sorry, I'm on mute.
No, you're fine. Oh.
Bella, is Richards there with you?
Not yet. He said that he should be here in just a couple minutes. They were getting a couple last people from in town.
Who else there with you?
It's me and Marion and the kids and Penelope and Luna.
How far away are we from the border?
Not super far. If you got in the car, it'd only be a few minutes.
I'm just running to the car and going.
Okay.
No, it's,
Same.
we'll go.
You all clear out of this hallway.
I'm turning back to Riley and I'm going to say, take care of Mom, I'll be back. And if I'm not back, I love you.
Riley nods, and he lets your mom out of the handcuffs. And he walks with her outside. But they watch you all drive away.
No, Maya's fine. They're still there with Maya. She's fine.
Yeah. While all this was happening, Laura was able to inject Maya. She is now breathing fine. She sort of, her eyes fluttered open for a few seconds, but they're not. She's not fully conscious at this point. So the two of them will stay behind to watch over her.
Okay, so if everyone piles in my car, I'm going to gun it to the border, and then I'm going to stop the car.
Sounds good.
I'm going to get out of the car, make sure Penelope and Luna and Bella and everyone's okay. I'm going to turn to Calvin and say, hopefully 38 times the charm.
We'll see.
I'm going to turn to Tom and say, I love you. And I'm going to give him a kiss. And then I'm going to go and walk straight over the line of the border of the town.
I grab her hand, say I love you too, and walk with her.
Your sisters need you. You can't come with me.
We have to try. This is worth nothing if we don't try.
So she squeezes his hand and she takes off walking toward the border.
I'll take steps towards this white line that for a long time no one dared to touch, not because they knew exactly what would happen, because no one ever made super clear that you definitely should not cross it, but it was almost this unspoken rule that even when everyone in town had forgotten everything, this one white line was a universal symbol that this is where the road ended. And now Calvin and Bella and Marion and their children and Penelope and Luna watch as you two walk hand in hand towards this line. And in this moment, it almost seems like time stands still. The town full of loud, booming noises of fires that have been set everywhere, and of screams of people that don't know if they will live to see tomorrow. You two step and make contact with a line of paint, and nothing happens.
And then I'm going to take one more step forward.
You take one more step onto ground that you know no one from this town has stepped on in at least 15 years, maybe longer. And nothing happens.
Tom falls to the ground and just starts sobbing.
I
He's just so-
immediately pull
so
out
relieved.
my phone. I text Riley, the barrier's down, call the police station. And then I go live on Facebook one more time.
You mean Click Clock?
Yeah, sorry, Click Clock.
I will not be getting sued by any real social media companies at this point or at any point in the future.
Even ones that you work for.
Especially the ones that are
It's
Anyway.
free advertisement. They're fine.
I run back into town and grab my sisters and just give them just the biggest hug.
I get back on live, let them know that the boundary of the town, that barrier is down, that everyone needs to evacuate as quickly as possible until we can get all of the fires taken care of, to let the authorities do their jobs. And then once we get everything taken care of, that we will come back together and we will reevaluate. Or if there's somewhere else you want to go, go. But right now the safest thing to do is to get out of town, at least out of the part of town that can burn.
So you do that. and comments start pinging again. Uh, some are saying thank you, some are like offering evacuation plans to people, saying like if you don't have somebody to help you get out of town, like message me on here, like I can help you get out. um, Things like that, and everything is coming in so fast that it is almost a blur. um, you immediately get a text message from Riley that says Maya is up and able to walk, and Richards is swinging through to get them with Chetty, and they will meet you at the border. Uh, Over the next several minutes, you all see people pour out of town from a million different directions. People are huddled in small groups talking about what they're going to do because many people have never been outside of Grimsby. In the years that this border has been up, it is not allowed for anyone to leave, and so they don't know the surrounding area or if they have family anywhere else or anything like that. They are completely clueless to the world that was outside of this bubble. Teddy and Richards get there with Riley and your mom and Maya eventually. Um, and while Maya definitely seems weak, she is able to walk around. She does remember all of your names. It does seem that the last week is still a little fuzzy, uh, but she does know the basics of what happened. Uh, and she even pulls out her sketchbook. Uh, I don't remember all of you the best, and I know that it was my mom and my dad, uh, but I think I'm okay with you all. And she shows you uh, this page, and you can't see it very well because it is sort of just the marks where you press too hard with a pencil into paper and it transfers onto the next page behind it. But it is the very faint lines of the drawing that she made and hid in Calvin's dresser drawer that day in his house, just in case something went wrong, of the four of you standing behind Penelope as she laid in bed. Uh, you all stand there and see that there are still people in town helping to put out the last of the fires. A lot of them were able to be taken care of very quickly, thank goodness. Thanks to everyone's quick thinking about posting all of this on social media and sort of spreading awareness that this was not going to be an isolated incident. From what you all can gather across social media and from the people gathered around you, Rodney Changeland, after setting the last fire, he needed to somehow able to hide away until the border opened up. And now he is nowhere to be found. As you all stand and look at each other, the events of the past few days sink in, and Quinn's phone starts to ring.
I answer it.
You pick up the phone and hear what is a fairly familiar voice on the end of the line at this point. But the words it says are quite different. Quinn, it is so nice to see that this finally all worked out. I'm glad that our phone calls and our text messages were able to help. I don't know if we could have done it again. The Reality Corporation was made for a very specific reason, and we have finally fulfilled it, I think. But there's still a lot that needs to be worked out. And I know that this is a lot more questions than answers, and I'm sorry to do this to you, but we'll be in touch as soon as we possibly can. And with that, the line goes dead. Luna was standing not too far away when the phone call happened and could faintly overhear the voice that was on the other end of the line. She doesn't say much about it. She does kind of cock her head to the side, a bit confused. And she nervously just sort of plays with her hair. When you all see on the side of her neck a tattoo, from what you can probably guess, that just says 098. And then it seems to have caught Penelope's eye, because then she looks, or rather moves her hair and asks Luna to look. And you see a tattoo on her that says 099. Luna very quietly, without saying a word or meeting anyone's eye contact, comes over and moves Tom's hair to the side. And very small written there is a tattoo that says 100. And with that, I think we're done. That's it.
We are not quite done.
We're not quite done, but we're done for now. The boys don't know this yet. Kylie does a tiny bit.
Hold on, let me add one extra thing to the narrative.
Okay, yes, one extra thing. Have it. Go for it.
Once the fires have gotten under control and the police officers who are worth a damn get everything under control and start taking in the people who needed to be taken in, Quinn turns to Tom and says, "Let's go home."
I say, okay. Just grab her hand.
And by that, Quinn means that you are going to live with her now.
Yeah.
So, Team Quam forever.
Team Quam forever.
Hashtag Team Quam.
After, I know I said we were done, but I'm gonna give a little stinger anyway because I have decided I want to. After you all find those tattoos, there's not a ton of time to question anything. A chunk of the town burned. It didn't destroy a lot of full buildings, just a few, but other ones just
Please tell
are
me
in
Bella's
states of
made it out.
disrepair. Bella's there was a fire set at Bella's, but part of the building was able to survive.
Okay, good.
Over
That's the first building that gets rebuilt.
yeah, essentially everybody first and foremost cares about Bella's. The broken foundation at the church is eventually fixed with the help of Paul. But Paul does ask Calvin to take over at the church.
Look at
Does
you,
Calvin accept
big man.
that?
And as well, now that we've got the rest of this sorted out, hopefully, I don't know, I still feel something in the, like, over my shoulder, you know?
38 times the charm.
So Calvin is able to take over the church. The three of you, along with Riley and pretty much everyone else, helps to slowly rebuild the town bit by bit. And eventually, it almost seems like a town again. You all are able to go into like the neighboring towns and see what life is outside of Grimsby, which is a bit of culture shock for a lot of people for a long time. But people do slowly sort of get used to it, and it becomes like a whole new place almost. Uh, and I would love to say that everything in Grimsby is a happily ever after, but I think we all know that will never be. And as we watch, as the three of you and Maya and Riley and Teddy and Richards and all of these other people that tragedy has brought together sit here and fix a town that was in shambles. The camera pans to Maya moving her hair behind her ear. And very small, you can see a tattoo that says 096. And that is where we will leave off. So now Everyone's Forgotten is officially over, at least for now. I have talked very briefly with Kylie, and obviously this would depend on a lot of factors. Possibly making at least one more season of this, if not two. And that obviously all depends on how much you all want to keep playing it, how much people want to keep watching it. I'm more than happy to write it because this story has meant the world to me, and I feel like the luckiest person alive that you all want to sit at this table and play this game with me. I know a lot of people in this space, even just as writers, people that don't stream, but like people that literally just write and create TTRPGs, like want more than anything to be so larger than life about things. But I am the happiest person I know just to be able to sit here with you three and play my game. Renew Everyone's Forgotten.
Renew Everyone's Forgotten.
Get a hashtag. I'll be looking out for it on Twitter.
I'd play
but
more.
yeah, that's an idea.
Yeah,
that
Quinn's
is being
in my
floated.
DNA now.
Yeah, so as long as people want to play it, I am more than happy to keep making it.
Yeah, I'll be around.
Yeah, so
We
and
gotta
like
have-
there,
We gotta have the Teen Quam wedding.
I know, right?
We gotta have.
We
all
gotta have a
of
Team
it.
Quam wedding, and obviously Calvin's gonna officiate because who else is?
Obviously.
Perfect.
So
There's gonna be
You get a good rate,
38
right?
hidden everywhere, like hidden Mickeys at the wedding. It's all gonna be 38.
yep, I'm gonna be 38. Yeah, I am super happy with how this all turned out. It's my very first time GMing, my very first time writing my own system. I agreed to do all of it live streamed because I am an absolute loon. But I am overall really proud of it. And I'm trying really hard to not cry right now because I'm not going to cry on the internet.
Yes, you are. You're gonna do it next week.
Yeah, next week is our talkback episode. So while the story itself is over for the season, we're not done talking about it.
Yeah.
The three of them asked me at the very beginning of the season if I would be willing to do a talkback episode, and I said, yeah, absolutely. If that's what people want, that is what I am happy to do. So next Monday at the exact same time, we are going to just all sit down and we're going to talk about the season as a whole, the game system, what may be coming in the future, the questions that didn't get answered, and will they ever get answered? All of that sort of thing. If you have a question, feel free to send it my way. We have social media all over the place. We've got Twitter and Instagram and Discord and all the things. But feel free to message us on our personals too. I know for the most part, especially myself and Kylie and Drew are all very active on Twitter. You can absolutely message us there if you have any question or comment or concern. Send it by a message or carrier pigeon or smoke signal, whatever floats your boat. We are just so glad that you all got as invested in the story as we did. It was one of the coolest things I've ever done in my life, to be honest.
You're
And
pretty
I
cool.
will never, ever, ever forget this. We're doing this with you all. And years from now down the line, no matter what in the world I'm doing, I'm gonna stumble on this and be like, "Oh yeah, that's the thing I did," and watch it.
When
again
you're the
and
one
be just as
working
happy.
at cons and people are paying you to be there because you're sponsored, I'll stumble over to your booth and be like, "Hey, you remember that time we played that game you wrote?"
It's hilarious that you think you're ever going to be like that far out of my life that you have to stumble anywhere and be like, "Remember me?" Because
Do
like
you remember me?
our bedrooms are right next to each other, so like if you think that's gonna happen,
Wander up at a con 20 years in the future when I'm forever old. Remember me?
Of course I do. Our booths are next to each other.
yeah,
Duh.
for real, like, duh.
I specifically asked them to put them next to each other.
Yeah, I can't be more than like, I can't be that far away from you. I would explode.
I will
there's the tether. There's the
100% sign that book with hashtag Team Quam.
Heck yeah. Hashtag Team Pop.
I'll sign it right by my name where it says edited by. It made me feel real special today, I'm not gonna lie.
What, the edited by?
Yeah.
That's been in there for forever.
I know, but I guess I didn't look at it because I was just like, okay, memory lane. And I'm like going to the pages to look at all the text. But like I looked like the first page today.
Yep.
And I was like, oh my god, my name's right there.
And if it wasn't clear enough, both of your names are also in the book under
They
the
are.
thank you section. So I'm just letting you all know.
My name's in there twice, but it's fine.
Well, that's because you edited it and it's in the thank you section.
I know.
'cause you play tested.
I know.
You know, but yeah, I feel very lucky and happy and blessed and proud and all of those feel good things, especially after a day of being so nervous for what was about to happen. So yeah, I feel pretty good about it. And I hope you all
Oh,
enjoyed
yeah.
it just as much because you all deserved a finale that measured up to what you all have put in these characters.
I liked it.
I had a
felt-
good time. Let's do more.
I felt like I got to murder Allison twice.
Go back to hell, bitch.
Like I said, I'm more than happy to do some more. So we obviously off stream will talk about this and making more of this happen. So hopefully you all will see more of Calvin and Quinn and Tom soon.
It'll be good.
Yes.
Thank you all for tuning in. We will be back again on Thursday we're at 8:30s, right? No, 8:30s?
Thursdays you're at 9:30s because you all start after me at Avatar.
Yeah. 9:30
9:30s.
Eastern.
Okay.
It'll have to be because I'm off work at 9, so it'll be a good
Okay.
time.
So we will be back. Narcan Guncaster.
Heck yeah.
If that's not your next D&D game name, I'm going to
I'm
be,
gonna be so
upset.
I will be absolutely
If your
offended.
next character's name is not Narcan Guncaster, we cannot be friends anymore.
No.
Uh,
Sorry about it.
Throwing some weird apostrophes in there.
add the weird accents, like the little circle that goes over the letters.
Mm.
But yes, so we are back on Thursday with Descent into Avernus at 9:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, 8:30 Central, 6:30 Pacific time. I'm trying to cover all three because now we have a good chunk of friends who live out
In California.
in California. So I try and cover all three now. But we will be back with Descendant to Avernus. It'll just be myself, Drew, and Tiffany again. So maybe we'll do
Please don't
Yeah, true.
die.
maybe we'll do as well as we did last time.
You got this.
We didn't die.
You didn't die, and I was very proud of you all for that.
And yes, I would love for you to tune into us. Please tune into us. But also, you have the opportunity to go over to the DAT network and see Mallory in Avatar. What is it? Avatar.
It is Avatar Legends is
Legends.
the system. Our campaign is called Book One Harvest. And if you are not caught up, a mini spoiler alert: I'm the Avatar.
She is the Avatar.
So it's really wild. It's been a crazy and like super emotional but very cool and awesome game so far. I play with a super wonderful cast.
Her brother's the worst. I'm just saying this. Justice, you're
Justice
the worst.
Justice is a wonderful human being. He is, and I think Justice is like one of the coolest people that I've ever got to meet. He's got like the 13th best beard in the world.
Yeah,
Literally,
he
he's
competes
competed
in
for
beard
it.
and mustache competitions.
But he plays my brother Sormek. Monica
Sormek is a little
there
bitch.
plays Jade, and Adam, who is regular on the DAT network,
Shay.
and he's come in here like a couple of times with Diana, plays Shay. And it's run by Eric Frinkhouse, and it's a really fun time.
Don't tell Mallory, but
so-
Shay is my favorite.
Honestly, Shay might be my favorite.
Shay's
I think
my
I
favorite.
like Shay better than myself.
I like every time Adam gets excited about something.
He gets very excited about life. It's kind of it's like that boost of serotonin into your brain that
He
you just
gets-
didn't know you needed.
He gets
That's
so
Shay.
excited. I have to watch last week's episode so I can hear deep thoughts with Tum Tum.
It gets
I just want to know what Tum Tum's been up to. I heard Tum Tum
Tum-Tum's-
got to go to the city.
Tum Tum's real creepy.
Tum Tum in the city, y'all.
We love Tum Tum. It's always a good time with Tum Tum over on Avatar. With that, that's what we will be doing for the rest of this week. We will let you know at the talk back what's happening after that, because we have a few things to keep figuring out. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
It looks like, I think what I remember from our conversations is that Tuesdays may be a good day for a Oops Rung party or
Yeah.
a Ladies and Ladies.
Yeah, we're going to look into going ahead and starting up one of those shows that we announced literally forever ago at this point.
Just a
Forgive us.
one shot.
Life got away from us. Yeah, they're all just like one night only games. Like there is no story that you need to be able to follow from week to week. So just like come in when you can and all of that jazz. But yeah, we'll let you know what's happening with that next week at the Talkback episode. Feel free to let us know what you want to know. And if not, you'll just come here and watch us talk for a while. I don't know.
Which we're really good at doing.
So good at it. But with that, I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you so much for coming in and just supporting, your local goofballs who like to dream up some big things and occasionally make someone cry.
We did it!
Yeah, woo! Everyone's forgotten is done.
I think Ryan's
now.
the only one who didn't cry. Did you cry, Ryan?
Never
Probably.
cry. No, I didn't.
You bitch.
That's okay. It doesn't mean
Next season.
that
Next season on Everyone's Forgotten.
I'm gonna make you fucking cry so bad in Muppet porn, you little bitch. Dude, don't talk to people like that.
Thank y'all so much. Good night.
Good night.
Yay!